Get ready for the next battle, ladies, gentlemen, ladies, and in between. My name is SPF Drago. We're coming at you live here at the CCA to bring you our Circuit 2 first qualifier. And as you can see, though, I am joined by a very good friend of mine here today.
Yes, hello everybody. I am Hammy, joined here with Dark. We're here to look at yet another season, the second season of the CCA Circuit. So good, they had to bring it back a second time. And this is the first qualifier, so this is the first look we're going to be getting at the CCA teams this season. I'm excited because not only do I not know enough about the CCA being Canadian and also having not been in college for 6 years, but there's been a lot of mix-ups, and Dark has just been showing me all of the insanely strong players who have been joining some of these collegiate teams, and it's going to be a very exciting season.
Yeah, I mean, I think the greatest thing about CCA is it shows that sometimes you can get a lot of these high-end comp players pop into these colleges as they are starting college and join these CCA teams, and that really leads to a big dynamic and big power shift towards those teams. And not to say that they're going to obviously carry those teams, right? But it definitely changes up a lot. Like, for example, VCU, most commonly known for their team with Big Fat Sea Cows, aren't actually playing for this season, I believe, as Big Fat Sea Cows. Instead, the VCU has been restructured towards, I can refresh myself with the team, Las Creaturas, which includes Lux, Fox, Havoc, and SRT. And that is definitely going to be one of the teams I'm going to be looking out for, not only on today's qualifier, but for the remainder of this season.
Yeah, a lot of strong players. Again, like, just as somebody who's like not, you know, following the CCA as actively and seeing just name after name after name of players and teams I'm recognizing, I'm like, oh, this is just a normal Splatoon tournament. Like this is the college part is just like a little like asterisk in the side saying like, yeah, these teams are in college, but that's also like everyone nowadays, because I feel like the median age of Splatoon players is now at college level, so we're really just getting some of these star players in some of these CCA matches. And I guess before we get too far ahead of ourselves, Dark, this first match we have coming up as we're finishing some technical difficulties, Towson Tigersharks versus MSU Amethyst is going to be the first game we're seeing here on our A stream. There's also a side stream over on IPL Splatoon, so make sure to check that out. Pop it on your second monitor as well. But Dark, tell me about these two teams we're seeing here.
Oh, these two teams, MSU Amethyst, I'm pretty sure it has been a restructure, at least somewhat. I don't really entirely recognize their team as well as their players, but Towson Tigersharks are definitely a team that has been noticeably been playing through the CCA for the past few seasons, if not for a majority of the CCA and its structure. And of course, with each new semester, each new year, there's going to be some mix-ups. And as we were mentioning earlier, new to the team this year and this semester is Ori, which is some of you might know as a big-time competitor outside of collegiate scene. So that's definitely going to be a big shakeup for Towson Tigersharks and power into their favor.
Yeah, Ori, definitely a strong contender. Got to talk with them a little bit at Riptide as well, and get to see them play the game. Very strong player. And on the side of MSU Amethyst, I was saying earlier, I'm trying to figure out, there's a player named 20 Rats. I'm pretty sure I recently commentated someone named 17 Rats, and I'm trying to figure out if it's the same conglomerate of rats that has gained a couple of members, or if it's just somebody else who is also a large group of rats, just slightly more rats.
Can you imagine, like, 20 people, like, congregated around a controller to play in a competitive scene? Like, I think that would definitely be... You know, we've had the gimmicks run in some offline events of, like, 2 players, 1 controller, right? Can we make that 20 players, 1 controller one of these days?
20 players, 1 controller. Can we, like, that would... With half the land, that is most of the people who attend. That's... Now, what I want to see, though, is if 20 rats and 17 rats are 2 different people, I do want to see the money match to see...
who claims more.
The winner gets to absorb the rats from the other person. So they end up being 37 rats. It's just a battle to see who controls the group, essentially.
Yeah, there's going to be a 37 rats at the end of that encounter no matter what, but I guess the real question is who's going to be the king of the rats, of the 37 rats at the end of that. that. What are we talking about, Hammy?
I don't. Yeah, who? This is what happens when we go on the mic now. As you mentioned, there's some strong players in these teams. Also, some people may not be familiar with. I was looking at some of those weapons that popped up, and a lot of picks you don't traditionally see in a lot of competitive Splatoon. A lot of niche picks, a lot of comfort picks. So I'm looking forward to kind of see what we're gonna get given, because this is Division 1. This is some of the top teams, theoretically, that we're going to be seeing in the CCA. Though we are at a point where this is the first qualifier. So these teams were seeded here by the seeding council, and this is what we assume are going to be the strongest teams. Again, we have Towson Tigersharks with Ori on it. Sorry to the rest of the players on the team, I'm not as familiar with you, but if you are at the level of Ori, I'm scared of all of you. I will concede if I ever have to play against any of you.
I don't watch a lot of outside sports, but I always see one comparison in the general esports scene overall with some of the weird events that happen of like LeBron showing up to the local basketball pickup tournament and some backwater town no one's ever heard of to play a game or two. I feel like that's that kind of same energy here, but. Man, I'm still excited regardless of this showing here. I mean, you mentioned it, Division 1. They got seeded here for a reason, I mean, obviously, Towson Tigersharks has a lot of more history to them, and MTSU Amethyst, I'm sure that they have a lot of history with them as well. And using some of that seeding actually is a combination of recent events that they've done. Specifically, CCA runs entrance exams for a lot of their big season runs to sort of get a sort of better handling on where these teams actually land within each other before getting them seeded properly for the true season, but also using past tournaments of the CCA as well, like our first circuit run, or our season 6 and season 5 series as well. So there's definitely a lot of good information for these for our TOs to pull from.
And not only that, we did just see at Riptide 2025 earlier this month the collegiate bracket at that event. Which that seems like a really great, almost like a mixer for all the CCA teams to kind of meet each other, hang out a bit, play against each other, kind of test the waters, within less 20 days of the season 2 of the circuit returning. So I'm sure a lot of these teams got to kind of measure where they're at and kind of see what some of the competition is.
Yeah, and I mean, to build off of that too, Riptide, the collegiate bracket, was also, I'm pretty sure, used as part of the seeding experience for here as well. And to those who actually watched it or kept up with the collegiate scene, the collegiate bracket from Riptide, that PSU Blue won that bracket. And you go to look at the circuit qualifier and see who's listed up here today. PSU Blue playing today, to no one's surprise, is currently seeded number 1, because not only did they win the collegiate bracket, but they won last season, season 6 at the CCA with their regular series run, and I believe they also won the circuit one, our first circuit series. If I'm right about that, Neptune, my beautiful voices in our head. If not, I'm sorry for spreading misinformation. Yes. So PSU Blue has been on a dominant streak lately, and so it is to no one's surprise that they rank number 1 here today.
And this is why I like that we're still playing the game and keep coming back for more, because I love PSU Blue. A lot of good people on that roster. Just I've met even people that are associated with that roster. I look at PSU Blue and I basically go, that's Triggerfish zones for the most part. But that is what I'm like. Yeah, that's how I remember them. But great people, great at the game, but I want to see their downfall. They have had too many wins, so I'm excited to see, because we've seen how strong some of these players are in this season, and we've yet to see actually any of the games, but who knows, this could be the season where PSU Blue start to meet their match. And if anything, the nice thing about collegiate is that eventually everyone will get old and either graduate or drop out, and then
Vapor, I know you're gonna be watching this later. Please do not strike me down for what Hammy said, all right? I'm not scared of being struck down, but please let him know that Hammy's views is his own and not mine.
I'm glad to be here for the first and only qualifier I will be commentating for the CCA.
It'd be so funny you just never appear ever again. Not like from CCA, but like from anywhere. Like you're just done commentating.
I'm gonna get banned from everything vape. Like I'm not. CCA is gone. Beep. I'm not on there anymore. Yeah, like anything
Nope.
vapor is a hand in. I'm kicked out.
That is the quickest ban and any commentator has ever had, I believe, to date. So I gotta give a big shout out to you, Hammy, for that one.
See, I'm allowed to bully vapor. I don't actually have a reason I'm allowed. I just decided that I'm allowed. Anyway, if anyone's wondering why me and Dark are still yapping about absolutely nothing and we're not showing you Splatoon yet, it's because like I'm looking at the match page right now and it just says error 404 because there is some unfortunately perfectly timed technical difficulties on Sendo happening right now with the bracket. So we're kind of just hanging out, honestly. Which, like, that is probably that's like one of my strongest suits in Splatoon is not playing Splatoon, just kind of sitting here like
just talking,
waiting for Splatoon. Yeah, like waiting for Splatoon. I'm DivX, like hands down. Like, catch me between games, like I'm popping off. Like that is where my strength. I'm a reflex player. I'm not good in the game. Like
you have a reflex player and a washed competitive Splatoon player who peaked at like Division 6, Division 7, I don't know, back in the first year that this game was ever available to us. I don't think I even played a full year. I played 6 months and then immediately pivoted to commentary, knowing that I was not built for that.
Yeah. See, that's why I had my resurgence. When I started playing competitive Splatoon, I was in university when Splatoon 2 dropped, and I was like, I'm picking up this game. And I played Ludi. I don't know what year it was or what season it was. I got the lowest division, and I didn't win a single set. And then we disbanded the team.
That's eerily close to my own original origin story. Back when, I'm gonna take you back even further now. Back when the first game launched, like Splatoon 1, back in 2014, I had a group of friends put together to play a tournament. We got absolutely washed, like not even a fighting chance. Like no offense, but like I'm talking about like JP versus West kind of wash, right? Like that's how bad we did. And after that tournament one, we didn't play the game in a competitive sense. I still played the game like as a casual, but I didn't play competitively again until Splatoon 3, which was like almost a whole like 8 years later at that point, which is getting washed is probably one of the best things that's happened to me.
I've had many people be like, yeah, as soon you just stop playing the game and start talking about it more. Like, man, it's a video game. I want to play it. I want to talk about it. But yeah, and see, this is the part where like I want to start gassing up the CCA because like I was a college kid playing Splatoon, and I was like, hey, who wants to make a Splatoon team? And everyone was looking. Yeah, crickets, because we had like, we had Overwatch. We had like, Overwatch was like, brand new and popular.
Yeah.
Like League of Legends, obviously, a lot of fighting games. And
Rocket League,
now I'm at a point where I haven't been in college for many, many years. And I'm like, I look at the CCA and I'm like, man, if only it didn't live in the middle of nowhere. So if you're watching this, it means you're probably a college student and already playing in the CCA. But just a reminder, play Splatoon. This stuff rules.
Yeah. I think back in my very short stint in college, if I knew this was a thing back in 2019, 2020, I definitely would have tried to put together a team. I don't think our school might have been big enough that I could have gotten like 3 other unlucky souls to play a game with me, right? But I definitely would have at least tried to join if I knew this existed. And man, seeing it after the fact makes me like kind of wish I had known about it after the fact, because stuff like this is so cool, especially in your own colleges, because believe it or not, going into college, especially as a freshman, can be kind of scary, and not having a lot of your older, more lasting like high school friendships coming with you more often than not. It's new people, new faces everywhere. It gets terrifying. And if I had this with me, I think it would have made my transition from high school to college a lot more easier.
Yeah, there's something nice about that mutual thing you already have. Like in my local area, because again, I'm not in university or college anymore. I went to university and college, and through all that time, could not get a collegiate team going. But now I'm starting up like a local scene in my area, like trying to find Splatoon players who live in like a reasonable distance of me in the Maritimes of Canada. And just meeting up with them and playing board games, going out to like do stuff and just hanging out is like a weird, like you're also a loser who likes Splatoon. Like this, you cut out all the awkward like meeting. You're like, the only awkward part is like, do I call you by your real name or your IGN? Like, I don't know what to do here. But yeah, so yeah, the ability to go to college and just meet Splatoon people and just straight up have people you already have a common interest with. And if you're an existing Splatoon player, then going to college, there's a good chance you probably already know the people and have played against them before and like met them in scrims or tournaments or like just even open or X battles. So it's something that's going to help kind of ease your way into something like college.
Yeah, I mean, to pull out the age thing again that you mentioned briefly beforehand, shout out to Rada for getting all this stats with the Splatoon census a little while ago. But the other day, from what has been surveyed, a lot of the community, about 50% of the community, are 19 years or younger. So that means there's around a 40%-ish, not counting 18, 19 as part of that framework, about a 40%, 30%-ish amount of players who play the game who are still in high school. And so like having this as a like, okay, I graduate high school, what do I want to do afterwards? You know, there's also the CCA coming up. You have something to actually look forward to, especially if you're going to like some of the more popular schools or some of the more schools that you recognize from here. Like if you go to VCU or PSU or GMU, even a lot of the Florida schools and Texas schools, like they have teams for the CCA that you could probably be like, hey, as soon as I get to college, hit the ground running, hit up these people and be like, hey, let me play for y'all, and boom, there you go. You have a group right then and there.
I was waiting to see how many colleges you were going to start naming off there. Like, if you, I was fully expecting you to drop a full, complete list of every single university in college that has a CCA team, and just like sit here like leaning back slowly, like, all these schools I couldn't go to because I'm a filthy Canadian.
Listen, there are, from last year's stats anyways, I don't know, I'm not sure how much that's changed from this year's stats. I don't think we actually have a count on it just yet. But according from last year, during the CCA, I think from both the circuit, either the circuit or just the regular season series, I think there was about 100-ish schools here in the CCA, which is, I'm pretty sure it's 100 schools. I also may be making that number up. I don't know. It's been a while since I actually looked at that stat. But still, like, there are a lot of schools here. And surprising to you, Hammy, there were also like a small handful of schools from Canada that played with us here last season and last year.
Yeah. No, one of my goals right now, like I said, I'm building up a local community. My goal is to end up finding enough people who are at the university I used to go to and convince them to make like a CCA team. And I'm like, I'll coach you guys. Like, I'll run the team. I'll be an alumni and run the team and coach you guys. Like, I need to live through like, I need to build a CCA team at my university and like live through them like a failed mother and her daughter. Like,
you know, the movie Cars, Doc Hudson with McQueen. You're gonna be talking.
Yeah, literally. I like the two different directions we went with that. I went like a mother making her daughter do like ballet lessons. We went for Cars. We went for the movie Cars. Like very, very different directions for the same outcome.
I mean, listen, this is why they should put us more together, because you never get only us two can make connections like that. And I mean, how we can't be topped. Who can top us, really, realistically?
Yeah. Now I'm slowly keeping an eye on things. Apparently there is currently a solution being worked for the tech issues that they've run into. I love how bootleg the solution is. I'm a big fan of that. But we're theoretically we're gonna be seeing Splatoon at some point soon. Honestly, like we're 30 minutes late. That's not bad for Splatoon. That's not bad. I've seen worse. Like
yeah, I mean, okay. So funny thing, every single CCA production I've been a part of, and this is to no mishap, no shade, no nothing
yeah, here,
to CCA either.
Vapor tap in. Vapor tap in. Listen to what
Vapor knows exactly, because I've said this to him before. But every single CCA production I have been a part of, and I love them so much. I will always do work with them. Like, let this be clear. This is with no hate or malice in my heart whatsoever. There's always been a technical difficulty, a server maintenance, something goes wrong, something breaks, and it just delays the stream by a chunk of time. And again, I want to say, this with no hate, shade, or malice. I love you guys so much, but it's always so funny that this is a consistent thing. When I'm specifically on the mic, every time I see people like on the mic beforehand as well, it goes by smoothly. I'm like, hey, that's funny. And then I get on the mic and just like everything breaks, you know?
Yeah, no, there certain people are cursed. I mentioned to you earlier, every time I get on the mic, whoever's my commentary partner, everything breaks. Their microphones break, the webcams break. Like I end up solo casting. It almost happened today. You're like, I don't know if I can run my webcam today, and I'm like, oh well, that's, yeah, I haven't commentated in a month, and here we are.
Well, no, not in a month. Well, 3 weeks more like you. It was Riptide.
Yeah, I think it's crazy that it's been 3 weeks since Riptide. It does not feel like it's been that long.
No, it hasn't. Oh man, Riptide was. Is this the part of the stream where we start reminiscing of Riptide, even though as it was like months and months ago, when it was literally just the other day?
If you put Splatoon players in a controlled setting, aka stuck on a stream waiting for a match to start, they will eventually just start talking about a land. That's all we do is go to lands, think about the lands, then go to the next land.
Yeah.
We are starved for interaction.
Yeah. Oh my. I mean, after years and years of like being mostly online, since relatively anyways, since the first game came out, and then getting hit with the pandemic as well, you know, I think now more than ever the desire to just actually be with each other physically, to play the game with each other physically, is at an all-time high. And if you've been keeping track of the news lately, it's starting to like show it is at an all-time high. There's a lot of lands popping up around. I mean, just yesterday there was 4 locals that ran on top of the NA League, which is very funny to think about. And there's still a few more lands to come out in the future. I mean, just the other day, Anarchy Nova, shout out to my one of my locals there. Anarchy Nova is getting and running their second event in November. So lands are picking up as a thing very quickly.
And I'm pretty sure the exact same day as the next Anarchy Nova is the next LAN in Vancouver. So legitimately, every time I hear somebody mention a local pop up or like oh, here's the next iteration of our local, another local's like, hey, that's also the day we're doing it. Like,
no, you have no idea how bad it is. I've been keeping track of LAN dates, and October 25th is another day where there's 4 locals that's happening. It is.
See, I also keep track of what days locals are happening, but in a more depressing way, where I set like an email tracker. I set an email tracker for like plane tickets to see like oh, what if a freak accident happens and suddenly the plane tickets drop down. But as I mentioned previously, I'm like a rural Canadian, so I legitimately. When one of the Van Corals were announced, the Vancouver lands, like in my country, I'm like, sure, let's check the plane tickets. $2,000. $2,000 to fly to a 1-day local. I'm like,
maybe not. Oh my.
Or I could do, you know, like a 15-16 day walk to Anarchy Nova.
Yeah,
I opened up Google Maps to see the route if I walk. It told me to walk through the Bay of Fundy. It said, go in the it's a 15-day walk if you go through the ocean.
I think with that, it might be that there might be a ferry that goes through there, maybe.
Yeah, there is a ferry, but it didn't mention the ferry. It just said walk, and it just went right through the ocean.
Oh man, that. Wait. You can tell we're trying to buy time, as much time as we can here, folks. To give it a little breakdown as to what exactly is happening, I'm not sure how much we can reveal, but I will try to be as vague as we can. Allegedly, with what the current understanding of what broke and what's happening, since this Division 1 Swiss is the first bracket, it's counting that as the very first bracket that has to happen and finish before the rest of the next bracket can go and finish before the next one can go. So there's a big hot fix going in right now to try and migrate to Battlefly. That way we can actually get the start of this tournament going. And we are, believe it or not, we're in minute 40 already.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of the thing. Like, they're all technically different tournaments. Like, as we mentioned 40 minutes ago, all the teams are already seeded in their divisions, and the purpose is to have all the teams kind of play like I don't know why I'm explaining it. Everyone watching knows what the CCA is, but if you don't, it's basically like Ludi, where there's seeded divisions. So everyone's going to end those divisions, and they're all separate Swiss brackets into top cuts. So there is essentially 5 different tournaments happening simultaneously, and they're all in one tournament, and Sendo doesn't like that.
Yeah.
But we do like that, because the CCA is fun. I'm just trying to goad the CCA so that Vapor doesn't kick me out anymore.
try to buy back your favors from Vapor.
This 40 minutes has been my downfall and my repentance.
Oh, you know what's the parabolic
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, to be fair, first time using Sendo for CCA, kind of I don't know what the word I'm trying to look for.
There's gonna be hiccups.
Yeah. Not unexpected with the hiccups. I think what was unexpected was just the complete severity of the actual hiccup, and I just find it funny how does that happen where it's set up to Sendo Read Inc. Not I don't want to diss Sendo whenever I say when I'm saying Sendo. I'm just saying Sendo as the website, not Sendo as the person.
Not the man.
No. Please don't come out. That's the last person. That's the last person I need on me.
What would you do if you found out Sendo didn't actually know how to code, and every time you run a tournament, Sendo's actually sitting there with a pen and paper writing down all the information, and then manually typing in everything to update the brackets? Like, just
that. You seen Dryan's setup, right? Whenever he streams, or through the 6 monitors or 5 monitors or whatever.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the only way you can actually pull off something like that.
But it is the equivalent of, like, you open up the machine, there's just a hamster running in a wheel. Like, it's just like one person manually doing everything, and that's why there's too many. A number of tournaments is a problem, not because of like the actual quantity of tournaments, because Sendo's too busy just like trying to manage all at the same time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at this point, what more can you do? There really is so much you can do, and there's only so much you can actually complain, because a lot of this stuff that's done here in the community is volunteer work. People are like giving up parts of their days, of their weeks, to like set this up and running for everyone to use without much, if any, payment in return. So like this genuinely is like no dig at not just Sendo but at CCA for any of this stuff. We gotta make sure we keep things entertaining in some way. You gotta like jingle the keys to keep y'all's attention somehow.
This would be the funniest way for you to find out that you were the only one not getting paid.
You know how upset I would be. Do you know how many?
I'm like, wait, you didn't get the paycheck from CCA? Like, they paid me to be here.
Do you know
think this is free? You think this is free?
Do you know how many productions I've done over the years to find out that I haven't been paid for any? there would be a crash out. That would be, if there was a legendary crash out in the scene, that would have happened right then, right there.
See, I shouldn't. I was gonna make another joke about Splatoon players not getting paid, but I feel like it's too soon. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
I say too soon. It's been a year and a half, but
I mean, potato, you know what I'm saying? we what are we doing at this point?
This is like, I mean, this is just any conversation we ever had. Like, this is just turned into like a free podcast. Like, I just like, this is a podcast that I don't have to edit. I can like, someone else has to put this somewhere. Like this,
you know. That's not what this is. This is actually me and you pitching our podcast to the CCA. That way we can run it like on every what day's the podcast? Is it Thursday for the CCA? We're on it every Tuesday, right? And just like me and you, we don't even talk about CCA, right? We never played in CCA. I'm not in college or university anymore, right? We just get on there. We just talk about whatever.
And we can't even explain how the CCA works because everybody watching is probably in the CCA or is watching CCA, and there's not much to talk about yet because we haven't even seen the game. But also, I want to mention, by the way, so the Nintendo NA League is happening right now. Like, it's happening like for the next 10 weeks, or 2 weeks into the next 8 weeks. It's on Battlefy, like the website. This bracket that we're about to see is also moving to Battlefy because things aren't working. I feel like that meme of the guy like ripping the pulling the calendar page. It's going back like 60 years because we're going back to Battlefy. Like, what year is it? We're 2 tournaments happening in Battlefy. What's happening here?
Yeah, no. Watch this be the great resurgence of Battlefy once again as Sendo.inc just for some reason somehow it starts breaking, because I don't know, I don't code. I can't even begin to fathom a reason as to why it would break down out of nowhere.
Yeah, this and then somebody runs a tournament on challenge, and we're all like, no, get out.
No, yeah, that's where we draw the line. You know, like Star GG, yeah, we run that fine, and Battlefly, we run that fine. Challenge.
Well, the only problem with challenge is there's no rosters. It's made for like tournaments of like individuals competing. I'm pretty sure. Like, there's not like it's just like teams are a person, so you can't like manage it in Splatoon well enough. Yeah, so hopefully there will be Splatoon soon.
I think now at this point, 45 minutes into our yapping, we should probably take a break.
We're gonna cut the break, and it's gonna get immediately. We're gonna be gone for like 30 seconds. I'm gonna like take a sip of water, and Neptune's like, "You're on, go."
Well, what's that? The scene called jealousy. You know, like we're too deep into this bit at this point, like where it's like
the train problem or whatever. Where the longer you wait for the train, like you don't know when it's gonna come, but if you leave, the train might show up, so you wait longer. Yeah, that's us right now. We're locked in a endless battle of how much do we trust technology. But I mean, I think. Like, this is the point where, again, we're not getting paid.
No.
Like, that. So.
No, God's no.
The longer we yap, the more free content we're giving the CCA. So this is my community service.
You're like the fifth of the portion of our podcast where we actually talk about the CCA versus like the 80% where we just talk about whatever.
See, other people volunteer at like the soup kitchen at their college, or like they volunteer like in the library. I'm volunteering to just talk about random things on the Cars movie.
And walking through the ocean, that's it's so funny because I look over to our comms chat to like for our producers to see what Neptune's been telling us, and every time he's like, "You guys can cut the break. You guys can cut the break whenever you want. Just let me know when you cut the break." I feel like as more times he says that message, he's more like, "All right, you guys need to get out of here. Like, cut to break."
What Neptune doesn't understand is us looking like we're stalling for time is just how we always talk.
Yeah.
I think putting me and Dark in the same room and we're both just delirious anyway. But that being said, I feel like we'll give Neptune our graces. I think we will cut to break here. We will hopefully be back relatively soon again. Sorry for everyone who's been joining us and we're this late in. It's something out of the control of, I mean, obviously not in my control. I'm a commentator. I don't do anything. But out of the control of the CCA staff. So we will have CCA Qualifier 1 once everything is set and ready to go. So don't go anywhere. I mean, this is the best time to go somewhere. Go use the washroom, grab another snack, like come back. Like we will be here eventually. So stay tuned.
And before we go, if you do like me and Hammy content, let them know. That way they can put us on a podcast for the CCA. Let them know. Let your voice be heard. Okay, bye.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down, down.
inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right?
we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No. Who am I to let you down, down, down? If you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks, I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
Oh, and now we can actually kind of talk about some of the weapons that we're going to see here, because a lot of weapons we don't traditionally see, specifically Lone Planet on the side of MSU Amethyst running Ra.
The ancient Egyptian god Ra.
Yeah, so there's a weapon in there. I'm sure it's probably Hydra, because they run a V heavy and head it, so it's probably Hydra.
Yeah.
There. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out because I saw that. But yeah, a lot of interesting weapon picks that could potentially come out here on Zone's Mako Mart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now that we know for a fact that we will be getting into our first match of the day relatively soon. Mako Mart Zones is going to be our first match here. And the interesting thing I always say about Mako Mart specifically is that if you tend to play a lot of the more sharking weapons like blasters, rollers, buckets, even brushes and whatnot, right? You kind of really like this map because there's all those nooks, all those crannies, all the ledges you can play around, you know?
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of opportunities that can be generated in a map like Mako Mart, because there's very clearly defined areas to go thanks to those stacks and a lot of different ways to get around it. And now we see both our teams coming in. Again, a couple of interesting picks. We do see Tri-Stringer versus ZF Splatterscope are going to be our backliner matchup, which I love to see that matchup. It's going to be a very interesting one for sure.
Yeah, now finally kicking it off, our first match of the day. We see Towson tries to go in and gets the first control of the zone here, but loses their first player here. The hammer throw gets one and gets a huge pick. That's a huge swing to keep Amethyst out of this mid.
Yeah, getting out of mid already, again, 3 down. That's going to give a lot of room for the Tigersharks to kind of hold out some space here. And we see Amethyst still have plenty of time to get in here, looking for some specials. They have 2 specials online, ready to go. They do lose one of them, though. They lost their backliner. That is going to be their foundation to try to get in here. But the numbers advantage will come to their side. They will start painting the zone, dodging the hammer throw. 20 rats will stay alive and help paint the zone with Rise. And they still can't get it, though, Dark.
Yeah, I mean, part of that new power is Ori with the mini Splatling here, just keeping it bunkered down, not letting any of that paint go to waste, and using the Ultra Snap once again. I Can't Spell gets one down. Unfortunately, gets knocked out by Rise here with the Tri-Slosher. Now they're looking to try and see and flip this zone as fast as they can. They gotta paint the zone. 3 down for Towson Tigersharks. Means that they can actually, Amethyst can finally take control of the zone and give a heavy amount of penalty points to the enemy team.
Yeah, they finally managed to get in just in the nick of time. That is a huge lead for Towson Tigersharks, but MTSU Amethyst are not out of this yet. We have all seen how quick that splat zones can go. That timer is very misleading as it already ticks down. Losing one member will give Towson Tigersharks a bit of space to go in with those strikes, but they're not able to walk forward yet. Plant is going to overcommit just a little bit. Will get picked off by Rise on the side. Right now, Amethyst are looking for a stagger, and they need to keep Towson Tigersharks away from the zone, but the big flank from Big Noob will come in. Will they manage to get a pick? No, they will not! Getting saved, and this lead might flip, Dark.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate whiff. That could have been huge for Towson to try to get themselves back in the game here, but because of that pick here, Amethyst actually is able to split the lead here, and if they can play the cards well, they can actually take this game home here. A 2 down scenario, 3 down for a scenario with Towson Tigersharks. Means that Amethyst is going to be able to hold on to this zone for as long as they need to take this first game.
And there you have it. Like I said, splat zones, it can be deceivingly easy to do a 100-0. That timer goes by quick. Towson Tigersharks couldn't find a way back in. We saw a lot of attempts from them. We saw some flanks. We saw players pushing up, but MSU Amethyst, they figured out how to lock them out in the last half of the match, and they will take game 1 here. And we are in a play all 3, so they need to win 1 more to win this set, but we will see all 3 games regardless. And now we're going to be looking at Rainmaker Museum d'Alfonsino for game 2.
Yeah, okay, Museum d'Alfonsino. It's a bit of an interesting map. A lot of control here, and a lot of the pacing here revolves around how well you can keep control of the spinners, of the middle spinner and the spinners on each side of the map, closer to your side of spawn. Because really, it's just good terrain to try and take advantage of, to keep your ground and to try, or try to use against your opponents to try and push through. I mean, it's really the big defining feature here. And one thing I'm honestly kind of interested about is see how well this Trishan can be used here if they bring it back anyways to defend, considering that you can just sit on grates on your side of the map and just kind of harass the entirety of the spinner.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the last game, both of these teams have, their own decision for the backliner player. You have a ZF Charger and you have the Tri-Stringer. And so both of these weapons have their own... They can both hold out that spinner from those grates, as you mentioned, and it allows for the team to kind of have that defense from that quick and easy route. So this is going to be a dance of which team can get rid of the other backliner better, and which team is able to hold out on that defense and support that backliner from getting picked off not as easily. So Rainmaker doesn't always come down to the checkpoints, but if one of these teams can hold out this checkpoint for longer, it may help them, because Museum's checkpoint is very easy to break.
Yeah, being so close that you could practically get it on within the first 10 seconds of the game, or the first 10 seconds after getting the initial Rainmaker barrier pop, it kind of speaks for itself. As soon as you get that pop, you rush forward, dunk it immediately, and that's about 40 points right out the gate. So you want to be mindful on where your positioning is and where each of these players are as we head to the second game, number 2 here.
Yeah, and let's see what weapons are going to be seeing. A couple of just more traditional picks on the side of MSU Amethyst. On the side of Towson Tigersharks, I believe we're going to seeing the Gal, the claw. Is that called the Claws Gal? I'm not too familiar with all the newer names, and that's one you don't see as often, but it is a soda weapon, so very strong meta special already coming out just right there to hydrate the team and take some space in the mid as the first opening engagement happens here.
Yeah, a bit of a neutral state here. Immediately got flipped on his head as soon as that tactical was used, and just like that first checkpoint down immediately. But Amethyst is struggling to keep up with this pacing. Towson Tigerfires using their specials in coordination, in conjunction with each other, to create a wall of ink shrines, allowing him the space to be able to take his Rainmaker forward. And unknowing to Amethyst, they're going to be able to get the wipeout and knock it out just like that within 1 minute!
I don't even know what happened in that game. Can we replay that? Let's do a redo here, because I'm not sure if MSU Amethyst knew what happened either. Towson Tigersharks just kind of walked straight in, walked forward. Right in the beginning, we saw players running across the spinner and just go for the picks, and we never saw a player of MSU Amethyst be alive ever again.
Oh, that really... I think that's the fastest... I can say this with utmost confidence. That was the fastest game we've seen in this season so far. Bar none. I can say that with 100% certainty and factual facts on my chest. That was the fastest game we've seen so far. Because that... unbelievable. And I gotta say, the special coordination coming out from Towson Tigersharks really is what sold it there. That curtain, actual curtain of ink shrines coming out there. Beautiful.
And I think this is the strategy from Towson Tigersharks. In game 1, they let MSU Amethyst get in, and once they were in, they wouldn't leave. So they just didn't give them a chance to get in. They KO'd in let's look at this timer here. How many seconds did it take them to KO? What's that? 45, 46, 47,
less than 50.
48 seconds to KO. They didn't physically give MSU Amethyst enough time to respawn.
Yeah, I mean, that is a way to kick off that second game and really put the pressure onto this third and final game of this set. Manta Maria Tower Control. I don't think I've seen this map mode specifically been played a lot before, so I'm very eager to see exactly how these two teams are going to want to try and adjust their comps or their strategies moving forward, especially with how narrow and tight this map can be.
Yeah, this kind of goes back to what we looked at with Mako Mart. It has those designated routes to flank through, the ways that kind of funnel some of the sneakier weapons in the game, as well as some high ground for some of your longer range weapons. So less open in the middle of Museum, which we didn't really get to see anyway, because that entire game was spent in the spawn of MSU Amethyst. But yeah, there's I'm curious to see if MSU Amethyst have anything to glean from that game too. If they have any noticeable issues where they went, okay, the reason why this happened is because we did this, so let's not do it going into game 3. Because we know they can win. They won game 1. So that second game could be an anomaly. That could be like we just weren't ready. They just completely overwhelmed us. So now they need to lock in and get this game win if they want to take the set over the 7th seed of the event.
Yeah, I mean, kind of terrified for the outcome of this map, no matter what side you are. MSU, Amethyst versus Towson, Tigersharks, everything's really on the line here. And the sloshing machine Neo coming out here on the side of Amethyst, I'm very shocked by that.
Yeah, Sloshing Machine, I mean, I'm a fan of Sloshing Machine Neo, don't get me wrong, but it is something that we haven't seen much in recent times. That did receive a couple of nerfs throughout its history. But overall, we're seeing a lot of weapons we've been seeing so far in this set. Already, Towson Tigersharks taking a nice 2-down scenario, will be pushing that tower forward towards this first checkpoint. Right now, they're just kind of fielding here. They're looking for any quick picks, any good bomb placements, a couple specials. Ori will get one and push out another with those strikes. So the team will lose 2 in the process. Ori looking for a 1v1 against another bucket player. They will manage to get it, but also getting picked. 2 players coming from behind. They will get picked down. The jump should go down to 20 rats. It will, but almost getting traded out because it was Carbon.
Yeah, a bit of a scramble there on the left-hand side of the map, and even though it was kind of chaotic, he still managed to get the first checkpoint out at the end of the day. But first checkpoint being so early on in this map, that really doesn't mean too much for anything here this early on in the game. And now, Towson Tigers are looking, trying to get their second push going here. Tactical Alert is online for them, so they can absolutely go in forward without fearing too much of any sort of loss or any pick. With 2 down from Amethyst, make that 3 is a good start to this push.
Yeah, and already approaching the second checkpoint. There are 20 rats opting for the stealth play, but Plant says no. Just no. Rise now coming to do what 20 rats couldn't and flank behind the tower, get some picks, but the Zuka coming in from Plant, they really do not want any players there. Oh, Big Noob coming in, but will get directed by Rise. Rise going for a second one, will get it, taking the tower by themselves. Ori will get traded out, and Rise of the triple will save MSU Amethyst from potential disaster.
Yeah, a good swing there for Amethyst to keep himself steady in what could have been a very dangerous situation. The damage has already been done, unfortunately. That second checkpoint is gone. So moving forward, Towson Tigersharks can actually contest that lead, or extend their lead without too many issues if they manage to get control of this tower again. But with Towson Tigersharks losing the first player here, this could be a good swing for Amethyst to try and get the momentum going as they see specials starting to come online.
Yeah, specials getting online. We have right now, MSU Amethyst are looking to take this first checkpoint, trying to just not get picked off and overcommit quite yet. They do need another checkpoint to actually get a lead. 20 rats going up, trying to fight Big Noob, and will get taken down. That will remove MSU Amethyst's ability to push that right side as they lose another member. Rise awkwardly getting pushed forward because of those strikes. It's just going to be I Can't Spell left alive. They'll have to just back up and respect these numbers. They will get some jumps in. They will get picked off, though. Towson Tigersharks kept the defense, and they have that extra checkpoint to work with as we're in the back half of the game.
Yeah, a good hold here by Towson means that they can try and push back and with this even further, considering the lead, considering the checkpoint that they have already knocked out. You know, try shots coming up from Amethyst to try and reclaim some of the space here, but Towson responds with their own try strikes here. Tactical are now online for them, means they can actually go on the fence without too many repercussions here. One player going down on Towson, but getting traded immediately back. 20 rats. Plant looking in for their next victim with the common roller, but does not find anyone in time.
Yeah, not finding anybody in time, but there's still plenty of time in this game with 1.5 minutes left. So MSU Amethyst do have a bit more time on the clock, but they need to find a way in, and losing 2 members and walking in for a third is not the way you want to do it. 20 rats, last member left alive. Have to make something happen here because everyone's walking at them. Will trade out Ori. But Towson Tigersharks are on the tower. Rise looking to make another play on that side. We've seen them in the past. But with 1 minute left, Towson Tigersharks, they remember what happened last time, and they're not going to let it happen again.
Yeah, but Rise with the direct manages to take 1, 2 down now for Towson. Make that 3. A good deflect, a good flip, and then a delayed wipeout means that heading into this final minute of the game, MSU Amethyst could potentially try and extend their lead, or try and contest that lead as best they can.
but Ori has other plans, will be looking to take down Rise on a big flank, has the strikes ready, but is opting just to kind of field the area here and push back the players into an awkward scenario. Ori gets a second with a nice flick, is going to probably drop a bomb on that jump, will go down to the Jet, but we'll get the pick on the bomb. The Jet goes down too. We just saw this a couple seconds ago. 20 Rats, only one left alive, but will go down this time without the trade. Towson Tigersharks in control of the entire map and the tower. 15 seconds left, Dark. Is Amethyst gonna get back to the tower in time?
That's a bit of a hard question. 10-second timer has been called. One down from each side. Plant going in on the flank to see if they can surprise Amethyst on the backline. But 2 players down from Amethyst, and Strikes coming up with the GG strikes. Means that Towson Tigersharks can secure this victory over MTSU. Amethyst taking it to 2-1.
Unfortunately there, 20 Rats did get to the tower in time to start overtime, but the GG strikes were there. They ended up running directly into them. I think that they might have had a bit of time there to wait. They did get a pick there by the tower. But from our POV, they had time. From their POV, they probably didn't realize that no one else was right there trying to take it. So unfortunately for MSU Amethyst, they will just barely let the game slip away from them. Towson Tigersharks, though, dominant performance in game 2 and strong showing in game 1 and 3 overall will give them this set 2-1, and that is going to be their first win for the season.
Yeah, and a good reminder, folks, for how this portion of the circuit works here. At least for today's circuit works, means that these sets are going to really dictate if they can move on to the bracket phase later on. But not all is lost. Any victory still gained here can contribute to some points, even if it isn't as much as it is to say like winning a set and whatnot. So you're still gonna want to gun for to win as many games as you can, to win as many sets as you can, to try and get those points so you can be in a good position for once the cutoff do happen later on this season. But I do believe with that set being wrapped up, we are going to be going on to a quick break as our next match will be getting ready here. Hopefully it won't be as long as the wait for this as it was for this match, so don't go anywhere just yet. Use the restroom, get your food, snacks, or water. We will be right back after this break.
If you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. Glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks, I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
And we're back with our second set of the day. My name is Dark. I'm here with Hammy, and for you, we have Firefin Flyers versus Shrimple as that.
Yes, finally our second game of the night. Don't look at your clock. This is game 2 of Swiss here for the first qualifier of CCA Circuit Season 2. Firefin Flyers versus Shrimple as that. I believe Division 4 out of 5 total divisions. So both these teams on like the lower end of it, but that doesn't mean that we're going to not be seeing some good gameplay here. Already getting straight into this match, raring to go. Wellstring and Ozimi coming out on the side of Firefin Flyers. I love to see the Zimmy.
Oh my, and on the side of Shrimple is that I love seeing the L3. That is one of my favorite new weapons from the new update. And seeing it played here, I'm very much excited to see exactly what we're seeing here. But now, moving on to Robo Ramen Clam Blitz, I can't wait to see exactly how these teams will be playing it out. Because I haven't actually seen Robo Clams at all.
Hold up, I'm a fake fan. There's a reflux on the side of Shrimple as that. I was so excited about the Zimmy. I looked down, looked back up, and there is a B-flux there from Vinaloo. So now I'm a Shrimple as that fan immediately. But yeah, the Firefin Flyers, though, getting a couple of picks and getting some numbers for themselves. 3 specials on the board as well. Looking for some ways to get in here. Chris right now trying to just get a pick, but slippery as a squid will get away. Firefin Flyers, though, will break the basket. 71 points remaining, so a nice couple of clams in for them in the first minute.
Yeah, it's a good opening for Firefin Flyers here as they get 68 points remaining on that initial push here. Now 2 down. Shrimple is that's quickly moving in, getting the whatever clans they can, moving in with tactical to see if they can engage any fights and get any early picks. They're 1 down, Zimmy down almost immediately. As using the Inkjet here to see if they can create even more space, get an additional pick or 2 before recalling here to open up their push here.
Yeah, looking to make a push. A lot of claims on the side of Shrimple is that, but it doesn't matter how much money you have in the bank. If you go down, the other team's going to inherit all of that income. Firefin Flyers now are going to be in control of the map, of the economy, and with a couple specials online, there's some strikes coming in a little bit early. Actually, will push out Shrimple as that. Chief Slug going to opt to pick up that power clam. And Dark, we've reset here. Firefin Flyers are looking to maybe make another push.
Yeah, a bit of a back and forth explosion happening here. 2 down for Shrimple as this. Firefin Flyers looking to get this power clan deposited into the clan basket. Bubbler not really using optimal space here, but on from behind, we see the reflux with Vinaloo going in, gets 1 pick, stops that push here as 3 goes down for Firefin Flyers.
Yes, that's it. Gas up the reflux. That's what we like to see here. Vinaloo with that power claim is going to be leading the charge of the Firefin Flyers, but maybe leading the charge a little bit too aggressively. That Booyah will not get shredded. They will live. They're just running through this. Will break the basket. Listen, as a reflux player, that shouldn't have worked, but it did. Firefin Flyers now, they have their own basket broken for the first time in the game, but they will still keep the lead as Shrimple as that could not get any more clams after the break.
Yeah, an attempt happened there. That's all I'll say about that. As we now enter the final 2 minutes of this game, Shrimple is that looking to see if they can get another push going in. It looks like they might be going for a fast hit and run approach. Go and open the clan basket up, retreat. Go and open up the clan basket again, retreat. You know, especially with 1 player going down from Firefin Flyers, this could actually be the push of another the beginning of another push here. But no, 1 down from each side. Firefin Flyers on the back flank here. Chris Bouts unfortunately does goes down as now Shrimple's down. Not only can Fire basket in, they are able to extend their lead by a huge margin here.
Yes, that will be the lead flip for Shrimple as that 2 players down now. They're opting to continue to hold this push up here despite not a single clam in the bank. Couple specials getting online for Firefin Flyers. D-Worm has those strikes ready to go, but looking for an opportunity. All 4 players, Shrimple's that pushed up and might put themselves in a bad spot unless they're able to find some picks here. They're opting to kind of move back into mid a little bit. That mist will keep them away. Shrimple is that. They have the lead. Not a lot of time left on the board. And let's see if they're going to try to stall this out or they're going to look for another push.
Yeah, I think the attempt might be to stall it out here. I mean, to waste as much time as they can, seeing as Shrimple as that is just keeps on the aggression, keeps Firefin Flyers pushed back as farther and further as they can. But 2 down from both sides. This could be the huge flip that Firefin Flyers needs to actually get a push going on their side. And with those final 2 players going down, that's a staggered wipe out there. A huge opening and a huge opportunity for them if they can get pushed forward. But no, 2 goes down almost immediately to Sheep Slug.
Yeah, that will be a nice reset to the middle here. 30 seconds left, and both teams now looking for opportunities. Firefin Flyers looking to make a push. Shrimple is that looking to keep them back. That double from Sheep Slug will do just that. 2 players left alive for Firefin Flyers. Not a lot of time left on the clock. They have a couple specials ready. They have the bubble. They have the strikes. And those are 2 great tools to get in. But first, you need some picks. Ready and B will try to get a pick onto Eggs, but didn't get it. Wait, do they have a power clam? They don't have a power clam. Oh, they don't have a power clam.
No! Oh,
It
no!
didn't even matter because the wipeout.
Oh, as time was being called, I think they realized that they didn't have a power clam ready for overtime, and knowing that they were scrambling to get a power clam made, and Shrimple as that moved in and swooped in with a wipeout to stop any potential opportunity for an overtime scenario. That's gotta sting.
That is what happens in Clam Blitz. Is you basically always have the pity clam, because usually people don't pick it up until you need it. So there's a good chance that if you're losing, you have a pity clam ready to go. And it's always that moment with 10 seconds left, you're like,
wait a minute.
You turn around, you look for that icon, you don't see it, and you're like, everyone start counting in your fingers. Okay, I got 4. Like, it becomes just like you lose. Like, it becomes a scramble in your own half, and that, if anything, helps the other team because now you're sitting there trying to do mental math. You're trying to scour for clams. You're looking under like the couch cushions for anything you can find, and we saw just that happen. There was a scramble. They're looking for clams. They're trying to figure out what to do to prepare for having an overtime, let alone what happens in the overtime. And Shrimple, as that, walked in, got the wipeout, clean, easy, will take that game. And now they're looking to continue that streak into Zones Umami Ruins.
Before we move on to Umami Zones, I want to ask you. I mean, you know that one Drake and Josh clip where they're stuck at the shed and they're like, "Where's the door?" That's exactly what I thought about as he turned around, just looking back, taking a second, like, "Where's the power clam?" Oh man, Shrimple is that taking advantage of the opportunity there to actually secure that game. Now we're heading into game number 2, Umami Zones. I personally am a big fan of Umami Zones, contrary to what most people have their opinions about this map mode.
See, you know what? You say that. I think this is popular. I've played the last 2 weeks of the NA League. I have every single set. We will pick zones. The other team will pick Umami. It is guaranteed that people will pick Umami zones. I mean, there is like a weird map list for that, I suppose, but realistically, a lot of people seem to like this map mode combination as of late.
I do have to wonder why, and I do want to ask the general consensus of the teams of this map mode, because I feel like every time I hear anyone talk about this map mode specifically, I hear that they don't like it, but that may just be my inner circle thing here. But as we see, both teams are just desperately trying to maintain control, trying to take control of the zone here, being constantly flipped back and forth. Ink vacuums, I think, a little bit too early here, as Firefin Flyers are forced to back up as that's a wipe out.
They will at least get the trade onto Eggs, but Shrimple is that, taking nice just space on the map here, able to paint up, getting the Ink Storm as well to just prevent Firefin Flyers from moving back in as quickly as they'd like to here. They do have a special online. The Inkjet ready to defend those zones will come out. The strikes, though, ready for D-Worm. The Zuka actually will come out and will get picked off by the Jet. 3 players down. It's just D-Worm left alive. They have to try to get out of this corner, but they're unable to. and D1 will go down. The rest of Shrimple is that just set up, sitting pretty, looking to get some specials back in line and just keep Firefin Flyers away for the last 20 ticks, Dark.
Yeah, this is very dangerous for them. They had to make sure they can actually get a proper push going here, or at least contest one of the zones here, and that they do. Tigersharks coming in to potentially grab the other zone and get a heavy amount of penalty points to Shrimple as that, but it's not being going just that easily. One player down from each side. Both these two teams desperately playing, and I'll see if they can get control here. And that they barely managed to get control for a split second, giving a heavy amount of penalty points to Shrimple as that before retreating back to their side of the map.
That penalty is exactly what you need. Just give yourself time to reset. Firefin Flyers can't panic here. They need to take this game if they want to win this set and give themselves a better score line going into the rest of the Swiss. So they need to find some specials, find a number state, and then try to push in together. But they have really awkward positions to be stuck into. Like Triple is that they have the Zookas, they have the specials, they're all pushed up. There's not really a way to get in here. They might need to go for a stealth play. CBG is coming in the side with D1. They're trying to go in with the strikes, but they will get picked off in the pit by Scully, and that will be less than 10 ticks left, 3 players down, and I don't think Firefin Flyers get the chance to get back in here. Look how purple that map is. Simple as that. Will take game 2. This is a play all 3, so we're going to see in game 3, but this is the victory for them nonetheless.
Yeah, Shrimple was that a dominant showing here in game number 2. Just proves to show that they have what it takes to fight at their level. Firefin Flyers, unfortunately, not being able to were not. I don't think they were necessarily equipped well to handle a scenario like that, considering they have a lot of retake specials, but it's kind of hard to retake whenever you're just constantly getting pushed back and caught into your own space, you know? So a little of an unfortunate happening there, but, you know, you still want to try your best here in game number 3. I mentioned this before, but I'll mention this again. Each and every game matters, even if you can only take out one in a set, because it matters a lot for standings, for brackets, for points at the end of the season. So you do want to try and gun for every single victory that you can get, because who knows, maybe that one victory you got early on in today's first qualifier could be the thing that pushes you to make it into our playoff finals in later on in the season. So moving into Help Back Pump Check Rainmaker, I do expect Firefin Flyers to still give it their all here.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's, you know, you've guaranteed lost this set, but that doesn't mean that the win here will do wonders. It can affect your score. It can affect the morale. You don't want to get 3-0'd. You want to keep that 2-1 score. You want to say this was possible. We deserve to be here. We could have beat this team on a different day and a different set of maps, and just be able to carry that momentum into your next set. Now, I want to quickly mention something that I'm looking back at. So Skelly, the Carbon player for Shrimple is running 2 mains of Sub Saver and a main of Ink Recovery. That is... For that, the burst bomb spam Carbon was not something I was expecting to see today, and that is exactly what I've been given. Now, that was just something I noticed that I had to point that out. But yeah, going into Humpback Pump Track, we saw 3 rollers last game and 2 stringers and a brush. Yeah. Both of these teams are very well equipped for Humpback Pump Track. So this game, this could be the comeback for Firefin Flyers. They can finally take this game because they have a lot of weapons that do great here, but that's also the same for Shrimple as that. So both teams gonna have a field day, especially with the Luna Blaster and the sploosh and the okay. Everything I just said is completely made. All of the rollers are gone. These players.
Just completely board wiping the rollers from each of their comp lineups, and I guess there's good reason for it to some degree. We'll see exactly why here. Firefin Flyers dueling it out to get this first Bob, desperately wanting it, finally being able to get it, but that's the fight's not just, and it does not end just there, folks. They still have to try and make sure they get proper control of mid here, ready here, going on the back flank here. It's 1, gets 2, looking for a potential 3rd. Can they get the 3rd? They do!
There we go. The triple kill coming in. Firefin Flyers taking a nice early lead. They've done that every game so far, though, but this time with that first checkpoint break, this will be the most substantial opening they've had so far this entire set. Already popping that Rainmaker. CBG will be grabbing it because Rainmaker's popped. They don't need a Wellstring to pop it for them. So right now, though, Vinalu with the hammer is going to be coming in. Will get the pick. 2 down of Firefin Flyers. Make that 3. It's just Ready and V looking to survive and let their team come back. Right now, Shrimple is out of trying to reset. They lost a fair number of points, but they still have plenty of time to come back here. But Firefin Flyers are not done fighting just quite yet.
Where did they even come from? I swear that Splatoon just came out of nowhere. Ready, I guess, was just somewhere sharking hanging by. Shrimple is unfortunately taken aback from that as well, and they lose the Rainmaker and do lose some priority here in mid as they're looking to try and maintain control, maintain their presence here. But no, slowly going down one by one. Shrimple is that a force back into the spawner as that Rainmaker is paused. Another player is down. Things are not slowing down for Firefin Flyers.
Yeah, now also I'm looking at Ready and V's versatility here. They played Zibby game 1, Big Swig game 2, and now they're on the Sploosh. Like, they've just been kind of like rolling like a random weapon generator and just kind of picking whatever at this rate. Now, this lead has been extended for Firefin Flyers, and it's so this new comp they've been bringing in this game has been working them wonders. Triple as that still have half the game to get back in this, and we've seen how strong they've been in this set, but right now they are just struggling to get out against this Firefin Flyers comp.
Yeah, this is kind of a reverse of what we saw in the second game here. Shrimple as that being the ones keeping Firefin Flyers locked out for the majority of the game. Now it's Firefin Flyers keeping Shrimple as that locked out for the majority of this game, especially with the Rainmaker back in their possession. They're looking in, ready, coming in once again. I don't know where the Sploosh gets one pick, trying to get the second, break them here, but they unfortunately do jump out and we get picked out here in this fight. The Tigersharks, that's trying to clean up this area push here, and with the wipeout, Shrimple as that maintains their control and their hold.
2 minutes left on the clock. Shrimple is that getting their first wipe of the game. Opting for the Rainmaker all the way to the left side, but backing out seeing 2 members of Firefin Flyers right there. The Sploosh is going to keep doing the Sploosh things. Will the Sploosh kill it? Inkjet, what universe are we in right now where the Sploosh is 1v3ing in a fight, including an Inkjet, opting to actually get the pick there? Firefin Flyers are flying very close to the sun right now because they have nothing to lose and everything to gain. If there's anything that you can learn from this, is to always keep gambling.
Oh, let's go gambling, folks, as we see the Rainmaker going and trying to see if they can potentially get a big score here on the first checkpoint, but not. They're playing it slow and steady and from behind. Once again, you know them, Letty and B with the Sploosh-O-Matic comes in and Bot says it's stopped to this hold, but no, the Shrimple is actually starting to learn from this now as they're able to quickly recover and take that first checkpoint finally.
Ready and V is just clip farming, and they're going to blur out the top left of the screen where the score is. But yes, right now we have the first push post checkpoint for Shrimple Estat, but Eggs is the only one alive. Will get pushed up by Strikes. Will actually get picked up by the third one. The first 2 were warning shots. The third one was the lethal strike. The Rainmaker's going to stay there in the corner while Shrimple is that trying to get some more pressure in mid, but Firefin Flyers, like at this point, like, it's hard to figure out what the rest of the team is doing because Ready and V just shows up every couple seconds and just starts like killing people. Like there's like a 50-50 chance that we spectate someone, they just die.
Yeah, Ready and V really is coming in out of nowhere from the shadows, taking a pick whenever they can here. But Shrimple is that are going at this forward momentum, taking the lead in the process. Now Firefin Flowers has 15 seconds and a minute of overtime to try and get this push going and back under their control here. And we see if they can potentially win this overtime victory here. But they unfortunately do lose their first player.
I don't even know what happened there. Cool. So Firefin Flyers have to push now, and that's the game. And like I said, that was a clip farm game. I don't even know how to. There's a lot to unpack. That just what just happened there. Firefin Flyer. We talked about Ready and V a lot, but the whole team was just doing so well there. You know, like their ability to just continually shut down Shrimple is that picking off all those inkjets. Like they had all of the pressure again. I believe Chris was the one on the Luna Blaster, getting a lot of critical, like very important picks, and just the team was playing so well. I don't know what happened. Yeah, like you should not be able to win a fight against an Genesis Blues. That's not how this works. But yeah, that last push, they just weren't ready for it. I think it came out of left field. There wasn't any like big grand entrance. Shrimple's that just kind of walked in, and the lead flopped.
I think it was a combination. I still can't believe this actually happened. Like, how is this allowed to happen? Anyways, I think it was a combination of using the hammer to provide cover for the Rainmaker, on top of just they were down a player, two crucial players, and that final push there that really just unfortunately the stagger cards just fell down at the wrong moments.
Yeah. I wish we had commentator cameras for the actual during the set. That lead flip, I'm not sure if you saw me, Dark. I was like,
I was also doing my
for a solid like the until like the game ended. Like that was my state for the rest of the game. Just fear and shock. But yes, that will be a 3-0 for Shrimple as that. Firefin Flyers though, like. They showed us what they were capable of in that last game. And I think that's the most important part, because you already lost the set. Like, it's nice to get those extra points, but, you know, they are a capable team. And I wouldn't be surprised if, like, as we go through, because this is the first of 6 qualifiers across 2 splits, they have a lot of opportunities to show us what they're capable of and to push for those finals. Again, that's not even all of today. This is round 2 of Swiss. There's still a 3rd round of Swiss, all the finals, and then 5 more qualifiers. There's plenty of time. So kudos to Firefin Flyers, but Shrimple is that. Again, they had a reflux at one point, so they're just the better team. That's how it is. I don't make the rules.
Sure.
I do make the rules. I make the rules. But huge win for them. 3-0. That's going to do them wonders going into the rest of today. Again, looking to get to the finals for the day, the bracket, I believe we're calling them, to get some good placements for this qualifier.
Yeah, and with that being said, we will be going on another break as we get our 3rd and final match of our block ready. So don't go anywhere just yet. Get your food, snacks, get your water, and use the bathroom. We'll be right back after this break.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down.
inside lane. Missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks, I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
And we're back with our third and final set. My name's Dark. I'm here with Hammy. We're bringing you Bobsplats versus USF Green.
Yeah, and is it Bobsplats or Bobsplats? I'm assuming it's Bobsplats, but it could be Bobsplats.
Like,
but either way, they're going to be the team we're going to be seeing from. I'm not even going to pronounce the university name.
No, go on, Mr. Commentator. Go on, try it.
Is that Quinnipiac?
Quinnipiac? That's how I would say it.
Okay. I should have looked at that ahead of time. I just, and USF Green doesn't even have their university listed, so I cannot be any help to you there.
University of State of South Florida. That was it.
Why do we keep inviting the rural Canadian here? Like, you guys are throwing by having me on this cast, legitimately. So Bobsplats versus USF Green are going to be the third round of Swiss here. I believe this is Division 3. I don't know why I say I believe. It literally is up there.
Yeah.
I'm near. There we go. So interestingly enough, I do believe our first match is going to be on Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, which is what we just saw at the end of round 2. So this should be familiar for both these teams. And if we see a game of Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker like the last one we just saw, I don't think my heart can take it.
Yeah, no, don't question the run back, but we are going back to Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker and I believe we got
are we incorrect? Oh,
yeah,
we're lying. Awesome.
We're lying. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, no, exactly what I wanted to do. No, so moving on, we're actually going to Undertale Spillway Tower Control, which feels a lot better for us here.
Yes, all of you in chat fell for the classic blunder. We lied to you.
Got him!
We're actually in Tower Control, Undertow. That's a crazy
idiots.
Prank. You all fell for it. Get clipped. Now, we do have Bobsplats in the pink, USF Green in the green, which is going to help me actually figure out which team they are. But already 2 players down. Make that 3. Bobsplats, they're just going to get rid of any green that they can see in the map.
Yeah, a good opening by Bobsplats, getting those 3 initial picks here. But Tactical is online for the one lone player on the head on the left-hand side here. Unfortunately, does get picked out here. No, goes on to a 1-for-1 trade as that first checkpoint does go down. But USF is moving in quickly to try and contest the tower.
This tower will be contested. Move that back to mid. The first checkpoint already down, but that first checkpoint in Undertow Tower is kind of negligible. It doesn't really get you much there. It's more of a formality, if anything. Both checkpoints are gone now, so now is where the real game begins. Players down on each side. Just a skirmish, and that will go in favor of Bobsplats yet again, as they will get control of mid. We have 1 player left alive, and they're going to get approached by a decap. They will go down. Moving in a little bit too early. Bobsplats now looking to push towards the second checkpoint.
Oh, but this could be huge. Big Bubbler going out from the mid decapitator to see if they can hold their ground as long as they can. Corey Cosmic gets one, goes in for the potential second pick here against the headed player. They get a wipeout on top of that. That second checkpoint is already down, moving into that third checkpoint very quickly. And with such a dominant hold here, this could be a very dangerous situation for USF Green.
USF Green need to get in here and quick. Requiem goes on the side, will pick off the player on the tower, but has to fight Citrus now. Citrus will also go down to the combination of Requiem and Dreamy Mr. L, but jumps coming in from Bobsplats will continue this pressure. The slider will help clear out some area. This duo combination with USF Green has been working the wonders on this defense, and they will continue to do so, just trying to keep them away. But right now, they need to get numbers. We've yet to see a scenario where USF Green actually has an advantage state.
It's just constant fighting, constant pressure from Bobsplats, keeping USF down as long as they can here. Already right out the gate, as this push is going once again, we see USF lose 1 player, but Tactical was online for them, so it wasn't as devastating as it could have been here. Corey Cosmic on the bubbler, using it here to potentially extend the lead even further. I don't want to be on that tower if I were you, because that meant the Cavs can absolutely do a lot of damage as Corey Cosmic goes in on the defense side, once again, unfortunately getting picked out on the ramp.
Yeah, I'm sure eventually we will see this tower move to the other half of the map, but for now, Bobsplats are going to continue to keep this tower right there sitting at the third checkpoint. They've got sodas, so they're nice and hydrated. They're going to come back really quick, unless they just don't die to the slider, but they will go down in the aftermath. Bobsplats still, I don't know how they continue to have numbers over USF Green, even when USF Green breaks out. Mooney's the last one pushed up, and now the rest of the team is following in suit. Bobsplats have numbers still. I genuinely, I don't know how they're always alive.
Yeah, it's a very hectic game here, folks, as both of these teams are constantly dueling it out here, but the game's slowly being lost here by USF Green, as that's such a huge lead, such a huge depth point difference between those two teams that you kind of had to try and start flipping these fights as best you can here. But you're going in once again against the duel against the Corey Cosmic. Does not pan well as they pick up two. They get an assist on the third one. Can they get this fourth one, the heavy hitter, or the tactical? It looks like it's a backup here as that tower is already on the move once again.
Okay, so remember how we pranked everybody in chat and said that we were playing Rainmaker Humpback? Well, we actually pranked everybody again. USF Green is the pink team, and Bobsplats is the green team. So everything we've said has been backwards. Right now, USF Green is actually the team that's in the lead.
USF Green is in the lead. Bobsplats is green. What a conundrum we have here. So, in fact, Bobsplats is the one trying to get this push going, and USF Green has a huge dominant hold here. But actually, now it's going to be Bobsplats who are looking trying to extend the lead. As we say, correct our mistakes here. Corey Cosmic, unfortunately, proves me wrong, gets a wipeout, and Bobsplats, unfortunately, goes down.
Yes. Now, I like that we keep pranking all of chat and making them think wrong things, because we're never wrong. We just like to mess with people. But yes, Bobsplats in the green are pushed back yet again. See, now I'm confusing myself. And it doesn't help there's a team called green that isn't green, but still is kind of green. And all I know is that there's 17 seconds left in this game. Bobsplats are on the ropes looking for a push here. They still have a checkpoint and a half to get through. USF Green are sitting pretty. They have the... I don't know how the numbers advantage is always there for USF Green. It's just consistently people alive, and I have to say that they finally die for the first time, but they still manage to take the tower, and they win the game.
That could have been a huge swing for... oh, God. for USF Green. No, for Bob... One of the teams could have had swung hard there. One of the other teams could have been very dangerous there. At the end of the day, though, it is USF Green who comes out on top with this Game 1 victory.
Yeah, USF Green do take the W there, unbeknownst to us.
You know we've been on the mic together too long, and this is the quality we're getting at. So
3 hours.
It's 3 hours.
Yeah. So sorry to everybody at home. Sorry to the two teams that we commentated and called them the wrong things. It's one of those Alpha Bravo cases where the teams just kind of went on the wrong side, and it is what it is. But yes, USF Green did take that game, and again, I keep asking this question. They were always alive. I would see like 2 or 3 people on USF Green go down, and then look up at the top of the screen, and all 4 of them are alive, and then I look back down, they're already in mid. Like they just they were all. I didn't matter how many times I saw them die. They didn't leave the map. They were just there all the time, and applied constant pressure to Bobsplats, and it allowed them to just keep a constant push going and just never really let Bobsplats get anything generated.
Yeah, well, it's very hard for Bobsplats to actually get anything going, as you mentioned, because there was something that USF Green was doing that constantly got that one pick, those 2 picks, get this ball and momentum rolling. The special usage was going. The special usage really aided them and keeping the pressure on, keeping them out of the pacing, especially with Corey Cosmic on the mid decapitator, really putting on the pressure there. That really was a huge shout outs on them for being able to do that. But now, as we head into game number 2, I'm kind of curious to see exactly what adjustments Bobsplats might be making.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options here. They can adjust the playstyle, they can adjust the weapons, and it wasn't like a total stomping. Even though USF Green never really let up on the offense. You know, I hinted at it earlier, but Requiem in L Cannon, or Dreamy Mr. L as they are in game, like they kind of paired up on that defense, and they just prevented USF Green from making the push much, much worse. in the sense like they were able just to hold that tower. They basically took like a 2v3, 2v4 and were able to just keep that corner safe. So they have the tools. They just need to find a way to generate that strong defense into an offense here on Clams, Barnacle, and Dime.
Yeah, Clams, Barnacle, and Dime. We know for a fact that the colors are right this time around here. So we're seeing a breakaway from these two teams who can get that crucial first opening pick to get the momentum rolling on their favor. We see Bobsplats playing it slow instead of playing a zoning game to see if we can push them out, keep USF Green as long as they can. But Corey Cosmic goes in to try and get a pick, but unfortunately does not get one.
It does not get one. One player down on each side, though. Right now, just looking for any opportunities here. I'd like to see some specials getting alive potentially. Both teams have a Sodas out, which hasn't broken the stalemate, but Requiem with the slider will not get anything jump out either. One of these teams will eventually get a pick here with one of these plays they're attempting to make. Citrus looking to come into the side with a brush actually will back out. I'm just going to stop saying what these teams are doing and just let them play it out for themselves.
Yeah, in the midst of you trying to figure out what exactly what the plan was, Bobsplats did go down a few players into a delayed wipe, and USF Green moving in slow, steady to get that first power climb into the clan basket and cashing some points on top of it. Now Glitch on the back end side, extending the lead even further. Citrus jumping in, but immediately jumping out, not wanting part of that. But Corey Cosmic takes their place, gets one before getting traded out.
Yeah, they'll buy a little bit of time and just right now they're just playing for space. USF Green do have that nice little lead now, but Bobsplats with plenty of clams in hand looking for a pick. They will get one, taking down Cosmic, looking for some more picks here. They have a slider ready from Requiem. They have Soda, so they can try to slide in and jump back out. Just looking for any opportunities. They have a double slider cob. I'm only just now realizing that.
Oh, a double slider could work and does actually open up the path for them to get this first power climb to the clan basket, but the remaining players of their team did get picked off from that race slider, and now they were only able to cash in those 20 points. And as these teams reset back to mid, USF Green still stays on top here as the Heavy Ed is looking, trying to see if he can pick out this Corey Cosmic on the Decapitator, unfortunately not being able to do so.
Yeah, and they will get picked off there on the side as well from Blue Flare on that head-it. Looking to paint up a bit of space now. They did get that break earlier after both teams lost most of their members, but still didn't get a lead. They need a power clam +1 if they want to get the lead off of their next push. Obviously, you want to get more than just a lead, but it's nice to know that you're not too far behind as we're exactly halfway through our game. Crab from Glitch will come out trying to push back Bobsplats to keep him away. Two players going down. One player stuck by themselves too far up, and now it is just one player left alive. They will get wiped out, actually, because Cosmic is pushed up yet again.
And keeping on this pressure, USF Green moved in very rapidly here to cash in those points, extending their lead even further with 3 down and another wipeout on top. Bobsplats not able to keep up with this momentum, but unfortunately, what were you doing in the midst of all that? You could have extended, deposited that one last climb to keep the basket open.
Yeah, but it's also funny to do that. Listen, it's not. You may think that Splatoon is about winning and pushing the objective, but sometimes it's about being a little bit silly. And speaking of things that are silly, Bobsplats should find some picks here and be silly and win the game.
Yeah, no, watch this Ruby Slider incoming here. Potentially can get one or clear out the entire enemy team here, but unfortunately they do go down. That is not a good sign to their initial push here. Corey Cosmic once again going in to see if they can get a pick or two here. The Ink Zuka is being used, Bike Bubbler being used. Power Clams are still in possession of Bobsplats, so it's a bit of a stalemate here in mid, but we can see exactly if anything can be coming up from these few conversions here. 2 down from 1 on each side.
Once again, back in mid. We've seen a lot of this position in this game. Both teams on their own plats, just waiting for like any opportunities to get in. And as we've seen plenty of times, USF Green is the team that has the opportunity to get in. Zumi's looking to break this basket. Less than a minute left. 15 points left because the double power clam. Glitch will jump in. Citrus as well. The Citrus is the last one alive on USF Green, just giving jumps to their teammates, looking for some clams, but realizing they can't really force the issue here. They have to just let that basket close. 2 power clams could be a KO if they really want to go for it, but right now they really should just stall and hunker down and not let Bobsplats in.
Yeah, at this point of the game, at this point of the match, you have to play it slow and carefully. One mishap can really lead into an explosive conversion of points on their side. But yeah, I'm sorry, as I say that, we see one player go in, the heavy-headed player go in, get the power clam into the clam basket and open it up. But I think that might have been a little bit of a misplay because they're not going to be losing this game out here. We're going to see it in overtime, but USF Green is going to be out there ready for this incoming push. 1 down, 2 down. Their last playing center, 3 down. Can we get the 4th jump in to get this a quadra? We do. Slider coming in, clears the space, gets 2, but unfortunately does not close that game. That would have been such an amazing flip there.
Yeah, them breaking that basket, USF Green, it did give an extra pity clam to Bobsplats, which technically I think gave them enough power clams to just flip the lead if they did that, but they also had a handful of seconds to get themselves in there. But USF Green have shown us continually in this set that they are just going to be the better fighters. They have the decav who's just going to keep consistently getting kills. We've seen a lot of picks coming in from the rest of the team as well. Just like they can't get in here. They have the double slider, but all of your sliders are getting punished. So what good is that going to get you?
Yeah, I see the vision and I see exactly what they want to go for. It just does not help that USF Green saw it and was able to better prepare for it a lot quicker than what Bobsplats was able to prepare for. And now moving into our third and final game of this set and our last game of our block here. As a reminder, folks, this is a play all 3. Each game is important no matter what the score is. Even though technically USF Green has won this set, Bobsplats still want to try and win every game they can for scoring, pointing, breaking, anything. This game is still as important as the last 2. So as we move on here, I want to see some of the adjustments being made as we move into this game number 3.
Yeah, and you know, they have options. I said this exact thing going into game 2, but there's always options making those adjustments. They can switch out some weapons. They can switch out the play style because, again, they had opportunities, but USF Green just keeps being one step ahead. They get those picks. They end up always being alive, continuing that offense. And right now, it's just about slowing down USF Green. How can Bobsplats just break up that pattern that they've been showing us for the last 10 minutes of gameplay?
I think part of that relies on being able to prepare themselves a lot more for Corey Cosmic with the Decapitator. That Decapitator has really been putting in a lot of work in USF Green's favor here. You find a tool and find a method of dealing with the Decapitator. I think a lot of their aggression is kind of lost out on that.
Yeah, now we have our final game of Swiss Splat Zone's Hagglefish. This is a tried and true map and mode combination, as hopefully the game will load in as we're going very far away. There we go. We are loading in switch double backline. What are we bringing in here, Bobsplats?
Taking a page out of CCA's own PSU Blue, we see the custom explosion coming out with triple ink saver main, by the way. Don't think I didn't see that. They're running 3 things of triple ink saver main here, so I can only assume that their whole entire goal here is just to paint, but you can't paint if you're alive, as they're unfortunately the first player to go down in this fight as USF Green takes control of the zone. But Slider comes in, does not flip it. That's so uncharacteristic for that special.
But a second Slider hits the zone. We've got a third one, but from the other team to flip it back, They heard us talk about like the double Slider comb, and then USF Green said, "Oh, well, we have one too, if that helps." And now, yeah, Bobsplats though take the zone. We'll get through their 1-point penalty, and will catch Corey Cosmic on the flank. That will shut down half of the momentum that USF Green's been showcasing in this set. And now with a slider coming in the zone, it will flip, but a second slider will flip back. And this is going to be the next 4 minutes, isn't it? It's just going to be slider.
No, you got slider, splashdown. You forgot the splashdown in there. Right. As we see Bobsplats trying to hold their grounds best they can, but 2 down means USF Green can take control of the zone very easily, and now looking to try and be the ones to be on the hyper-aggressive here.
Yeah, working through this penalty slowly. USF Green looking to take the lead back. Bobsplats, though, they don't want to let this lead flip. They want to try to kind of get back in here with 2 players down. They do have a slider ready. Are they going to opt to force it? They are, but it won't go far enough.
Oh, no!
The angle that they get run over by a car.
Oh, that re-slider whiff was, I think, very detrimental to their push here. Bobsplats can't really push in now, and they gotta wait for this whole re-slider to come in back again. But no, as I say, that re-slider comes in and flips his own kits too, and USF Green is forced to back up as we see the splash down. Maybe a bit of an overkill here, but who am I to judge as they do manage to secure the zone at the very least. But Corey Cosmic on the backline gets one, uses the bubbler. Can they get a second player before eventually going down? No, they cannot.
You know, I was going to comment on how solo re-slider plays don't work, and then they proceeded to do a solo re-slider play before I could say that, and it worked. So I'm just going to not even comment on any of the sliders that are happening in this game, because they're just going to be perpetual, and they're going to continue to confuse us as they have a slider ready on the side of Bobsplats. Will it be coming out? At this point, I don't know.
It might be a good tool to hold on for. What do you do here? One side has 2 reef sliders, and the other side has 1 reef slider. Whoever uses reef sliders first just loses that interaction, don't they?
Yeah, all 3 of these went out, and nothing changed. Nobody died. The zone didn't flip. Just 3 sliders canceled each other out.
What is this game? Grabtake sitting on the middle of the zone here. Blue player just holding as best they can, zoning USF Green out as best they can. Where did the glitch even come from? I have no idea. Cammy, what are we doing here?
Watching sliders, I think. There's Corey Cosmic on the flank. That's another perpetual thing about the set. Requiem, though, does manage to get out of the way. Corey Cosmic still sharking there, but the entirety of Bobsplats knows they're there, so it's only a matter of time before they get picked off or have to leave. But they're buying plenty of time. USF Green eating through that penalty will now start counting down, but there's a slider.
2.
And there's the second one. Where's the third one? Oh, there's
splashdown.
But there's a splashdown, yeah. And the splashdown jump in, too. That, like, oh my, I don't really know who has a hold of this game, because like this game is a horse with no reins. There's nothing to grab onto here. You just kind of have to watch it happen. There's a minute left, Dark. Let's see if this is the holdout. There's 3 players down. This might be it for USF Green.
It might be, as there's only about a 9-point differential between these 2 teams. Bobsplats actually not that far behind right now, so they're looking to try and get a push going here. Tactical are online for this push. You did unfortunately not drop that down, which is, I think, a bit of a misplay here, as Tactical is online for USF Green's entire team here. We do see 1 reef slider ready. They're going to be pressing it here. The second reef slider is going to be short behind it. No! They actually get caught in the mix and are down out as Bobsplats takes control of the zone.
Bobsplats now in control of the zone. 20 seconds left. They have to get rid of Citrus. They need to remove the slider player, and they don't want this zone to flip. Citrus looking to take this zone. They're walking forward. Now's the time. Will they manage to flip it? They do.
1, 2.
They need to get the zone back, though. They have 5 seconds. Okay, they get the zone back. They drop the slider. Here comes the slider as well. Right now, overtime is starting. Corey Cosmic, you are in the back. You need to get rid of Corey Cosmic. Here comes the train, but it's just Blue Flare by themselves. They're not able to do the solo play. They will go down. USF Green take that game, I guess.
I guess! Neptune, please, for the love of everything, can you get the reef slider count and the splashdown count after that? Because I need to know how many times that special was used in this game, because I think I was right in the fact that, like, whoever uses reef slider first just loses the interaction.
Yeah, that is. I played a lot of the Reflux Deco, and that is like Slider 101. Is you just wait for the other slider to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think.
Hold on. We see 6, 7, 9. There was 9. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing?
That's what 22 total sliders we just saw.
Oh, on top of 7
splashdown.
Yeah. There was more sliders and tacticoolers. That's the special the metal's revolving around. Yeah, we're still whatever. I'm not mad. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the show here today, folks. Here at the CCA, we do nothing but provide coverage for the best of the best here in the collegiate scene.
Dark just turned very corporate. I've never seen somebody. I didn't think anyone could flip from 22 sliders to thank you all everyone for watching. But yes, that being said, that is the end of our block here. A little bit over schedule. It's been 3 hours, but
yeah.
now it's time for bracket. Like, there's still much more Splatoon to be had here, as much as it feels like it's been a full day. So me and Dark are getting kicked out of here. You're going to be seeing Sasu and Rose of Battle, two lovely, lovely commentators, lovely people as well. So before we get the boot, Dark, where can the viewers find more of you if they want to hear you?
I on most social medias at SPF Dark. More often than not, you will most likely hear my voice time and time again throughout the various organizations we have here in the community, either here in CCA, IPL, Under Pressure. I'm literally all over the map. But what about you, Ken? Where can they find you?
Yeah, you can find me down here. hitw.inc is my blue sky. You can also just go to that URL. It'll bring you right there. That's where I'm most active. You can find me every other platform at Hammy in the Wall. Mostly I just do commentary and play the game. I do a variety of things. Like you'll find ways to interact with me if you want to. I'm sure you're all not sick of hearing my voice after everything we just witnessed today. Yeah, well, we weren't on the 3 hours, but like there's been some yapping here. So if you're not sick of me yet, then I'm sure you won't ever be. So thank you all for watching. Again, don't go anywhere. CCA Season 2 Circuit Qualifier #1 brackets are coming up next. So go take a quick break, but come back because you're not going to want to miss it.
said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No. Who am I to let you down, down, down? If you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. I'm where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks. I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
Hello and welcome back everybody to the CCA Circuit. My name is Rose Battle. I'm joined here by my equally pink friend Sasu. How are you doing?
I'm doing so fantastic. I always love being on the mic with Rose, and I love being in pink, and I love that we're pink. But I am just, you see a little bit of blush there. I'm turning pink from how excited I am for this CCA bracket.
We are so excited. Everybody has been so patient with everything going on. So like huge thank you to all the players, TOs, everybody involved. Massive props to Hammy and Dark earlier in the previous set being on the mic for as long as they were. We're heading into the bracket stage. We're going to be looking first at UCSD Gold and H-Town Rebels. Do you know any of these players, Sasu? Are you familiar with any of these weapons? Are you excited for anything in particular?
Not necessarily off the top of my head. I feel somewhere in the zeitgeist I've heard of a Nerdy Atom, but I'm taking a look at what they have listed here, and as much as I'm talking about UCSD Esports on our left, I'm looking on that right, and I see the V-Sploosh for Dio. That is going to be so interesting to see in action.
Yeah, Dio plays a very nasty V-Sploosh. Looks like we've got a lot of aggression over on H-Town Rebels. Very, very aggressive team here. UCSD Gold has been around in CCA doing a fantastic job. We've definitely seen Nerdy Adam here before. We've got a couple mysteries over on UCSD Gold to see exactly they're gonna play. I forget if Blaster plays Blaster, but I feel like if you name yourself Blaster, you should. But if I check their Sendo profile, I'm seeing not a single Blaster in sight. I'm seeing mini Splatlings. I'm seeing Dualies, which I love both of these, but
listen,
interesting misdirection.
I'm starting to think that this is maybe a pro strat here. You've got Bell and Blaster with no weapons listed. Maybe it's kind of the equivalent of putting your arm over the puzzle, you know what I mean? They're saying, listen, don't look, nobody stream, we're keeping the comps a secret, and, maybe H-Town Rebels prepping for a Blaster when they shouldn't be, but we'll see if that is useful to them heading into our first map mode, which is going to be Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. What do you think about this map mode, Rose?
Oh, it is very much a fast-paced one. However, things can get pretty stally on this map mode. I think everybody is very familiar and prepared for that. So I think it is vital that you get that be like the first team to get that really strong push that'll really let you set the pace for how you want to play. And yeah, we can all talk about Rainmaker stalling. It's a strategy that this map definitely encourages you to play toward. If you're doing very, very well and you got that early lead, you can just be like, okay, we've got areas where we can just sort of hold the Rainmaker, areas we can dip back to if we have control, and really force the opponent to come at us. So I think it's really vital that you get that early lead. But, if you do get that early lead, just be careful you don't get caught unawares.
One thing that you see here, I'm hoping for a really intense match here, because I think what's most common on a map mode like this is, one, you very rarely actually see full knockouts, because once you get past that first check, the run to the final goal is so difficult. It is literally in the other team's spawn. So somehow you have to get a wipe, essentially, to be able to go all the way up there and finish off the game. So usually it just doesn't happen. Or reversely, one team is just so strong that they just constantly wipe over and over the other team until they get goal. But the other thing you see super common here, sneaky checks. You see, everyone thinks that the person is down, the Rainmaker is still up, and they somehow just eke out a bajillion points at the end there. So I'm definitely going to be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, definitely need to be aware of that. And, Rainmaker does allow for a lot of really fast, aggressive pushes, and you do need to be aware if you pop that Rainmaker shield and nobody picks it up, you had better make sure somebody's got eyes on it. Make sure somebody doesn't just, sort of be like, surprise! I was here the whole time sharking, and I grabbed it, and I'm running to the goal. Because there can be a lot of sneaky plays like that in Rainmaker.
But you know what? I don't think we're gonna end up even seeing it. There's a bit of a delay going on, and I think that the first game has to be conceded over, if I'm not mistaken. So I think we might still wait it out. It's to be seen. But if they get lucky enough and they're able to continue through the set, I think we will actually be going off to Tower Mako Mart instead.
Yeah, it looks like they might wait it out for a little bit. I'm not exactly sure how long they're going to wait on now. They are down a player, but we'll have to see. But if we were to go up next into Mako Mart Tower Control, what would you expect to see here?
I hope that Blaster decides to say, listen, no mysticism anymore. I am genuinely going that Blaster, because AoE is just so useful here, especially it's on Tower. I just feel like anytime I see people spawn into Mako Mart not going AoE, I'm like, you're better than I am, because it just feels like the win condition when you have those vertical stacks. If the other team is running a backline or a pencil, AoE means that you can camp under those drops and make it difficult for anyone to approach. Of course, AoE, you can clear an entire tower with ease. I'm hoping to see some blasters here.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think Cheeseballs over on the side of H-Town Rebels does play things like sloshers, so it's possible, maybe.
Yeah, we will see, and fingers crossed we get to play this. I know this has been a little bit of an unconventional CCA, as you mentioned before. A lot of difficulties in terms of our TOs, our casters, of course, and then also our players. So it is very possible that, some people have to go or something has happened, some sort of error, but hopefully that gets figured out here. We're taking a look at the weapons on either side, and looking at Cheeseballs, we do have that CRB, that custom range blaster, as well as that sword and wiper, but more importantly, it's the D-Slosh! You don't see a Slosh Deco all that often.
I know, man. I recently played the Slosher Deco for fun, for charity, and I was like, I'm really bad at this. I'm so bad at this weapon. With that marker, and you've also got the zip caster. I've seen people pop off on it, but it's not going to be in my hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I am not the one. I can't make zip work, but let's see if these teams are going to be running a zip, not going to be the zip. Interestingly enough, a sticker stamper with that booyah bomb, and we said that we might not be seeing Rainmaker, but everything's worked out. We're here. Rainmaker's Gorge.
We managed to get all 8 people in the lobby, heading on into game 1 of the very beginning of Div 1 circuit here, CCA. Complete already getting a really quick Galuga kill. Those Galugas might not be able to paint very well, and they may be a lot slower than all the other dualies, but oh my gosh, do they hit hard just like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You see them getting yet another pick there, trying to make their way back into mid, and it seems as though both of these teams know the score. Ultimately, you have to kind of get those picks, take that space before you move up, and Complete once again getting even more picks on an absolute... I think we might be seeing a quad here if they're able to get this last pick. Not gonna happen. Denied it at the very last second.
Yeah, they contributed. They didn't get the assist, but they got the assist in Meinhardt. Toast grabbing it, already running for a ton of points there. There are going to be multiple people down on H-Town Rebels, but they did get that down all the way to 21 points remaining here on Rainmaker. Could be a lead that gets overtaken, but that is a really, really great push to start on.
Yeah, and now you have UCSD Gold having to figure out how to sort of get themselves together and stabilize, because it can be super tough having to come back from from something like that. But you see already 3 members are down on H-Town Rebels. So I think this might end up being a free check with all of the people that are down here. They do indeed get that check. And with 3 members down, we might see a lead switch here, Rose.
They are running. They are dashing. They just need, just a few points. They managed to get those steps in. UCSD able to get the lead now. That Rainmaker shield is going to pop again. Cheese has the wiper in hand, is rushing down that charger, taking on 3 people on their own. Going to go down here. There's still pandemonium happening. UCSD Gold doing an amazing job keeping H-Town Rebels back. This is what they want to do for the next 3 minutes, is control the pace of this match. But they are now down 3 people, and this is going to open things up over to H-Town Rebels yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. But UCSD Gold is going to have to figure out how to really become a wall of defense, because as you literally just saw, once the other team gets in, they can just kind of stay there. And you see a bit of a stall happening there. Nerdy Adam doing a fantastic job with this double. Not going to be a triple cheese balls, making sure to clean that up, pop that. And with 2 members down, I think we are once again going to see a push where they can try and eke out those 2 points that got the other team the lead. But Toast is holding the Rainmaker and seeing what they can get done before they push it.
Toast been doing a really good job of hugging these walls here. The hammer gonna come out, managing to avoid the strikes here. Takes out that stamper, but the Rainmaker carrier went down, and UCSD Gold is managing to hold it here, but no! Dio trying to grab it there at the end, but it just slips through their fingers.
Wow, and I thought Dio had that. I was about to say, this is the aforementioned sneaky points that you see sometimes in a Rainmaker Scorch, but just through their fingers, we had that ZF snatching it from them and ending that there. We have a little bit of a fringe fight on the left between Nerdy Adam and Complete, giving it to Complete, but right now, I think that H-Town Rebels gonna have to organize themselves and figure out how to make yet another push. Not gonna be easy up against especially this charger sitting on top left, who's getting cheaped out, but they're gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah, Complete really was trying to move that charger away. So those Gluga shots do move slowly. They can be pretty difficult to hit if, you're firing at someone farther away and they have a little bit of time to get out of the way. Nerdy Adam did a great job of moving in. H-Town really wants to get some picks here. They're going to have to face multiple specials coming their way. The strikes coming out. Adam diving at Toast. Toast managed to get a pick on them, but no! Toast still going down.
Now I believe Dio is the only person backing up to give the rest of their team some jumps to get them in. But honestly, H-Town Rebels has a really hard road ahead of them to try and get those points back, because ultimately, you were talking about how they were getting their specials. Take a look at the specials that UCSD Gold has. They're up against a Zuka, rather 2 Zukas, among other things, but it seems as though all of the members are down, but they spawn in quick enough to make sure they get that Rainmaker down. We are down to 10 seconds. We'll see if they're able to pop this and get it going.
They pop it. The hammer's coming out and gets a pick, but no, hammer going down now. That is the Rainmaker drop. We are in overtime. Toast is right there, manages to grab it, but there's just so much blue ink around them. They're going to go down. That was H-Town Rebels losing there in the last minute, trying desperately to get that lead back.
But you see, as was foretold, neither of these teams getting that knockout, but extremely fast-paced, back and forth between them. But ultimately, UCSD, in eking out those final points, pulled ahead and won the first game in the set.
They did. Man, I cannot believe that when Dio went to go grab the Rainmaker, it just slipped right through their fingers.
Absolutely. I think I was like, oh, wow, I can't, but I think what should have clued me in is that the Rainmaker, quite heavy. You don't swim all that fast when you're holding it. And so I was just like, oh, wow, they really picked it up and just booked it. And they didn't have the Rainmaker at all. What an unfortunate occurrence to happen there, because I think they would have handily won that game if Dio was able to grab it.
Yeah, and that is the kind of Rainmaker play I love to see. People being like, Rainmaker, wah. That was complete back and forth. Nothing was ever safe.
Yeah, I honestly, as much as people, like you said, wah about Rainmaker, I think that it can be one of the hypest things to watch, and that's exactly why. Because honestly, if Dio had snatched that and gotten those points, that would have been hype. But speaking of hype, sometimes a Mako Mart tower, especially when you see it tie up and you're saying, oh, is the momentum going to make the tower go forward and get that final point? We will see, because I would say second checkpoint, so contestable, that's really where the game gets made.
Yeah, that second checkpoint is such a terrifying place, I think both on offense and defense. When you're trying to push that tower, it's like, oh gosh, I'm in a really scary spot. I am right next to their plat and whatnot. They're gonna jump on me. And if you're attacking, you're like, oh my gosh, it's moving fast. I have to jump on there and get it. So it leads to a lot of really, really quick, sometimes panicked plays. But I think this is going to be another really aggressive game. We do see that Tri-Slasher coming out from UCSD Gold. No AoE really. We do have the Wiper still from Cheese over on H-Town Rebels, and I think Wiper can be pretty destructive here if people are not aware of where the Wiper is at any point.
Absolutely. You have those flanks for the Wiper, which can be super useful. I, of course, very happy to see the Tri-Slosher pick. I am an edit player, and to still have Cooler for my team, I think on a place like here, I always switch to Tri-Slosher. A very unfortunate hammer throw.
Where did that go?
I think it just hit the center tower stack, so it unfortunately didn't do anything, but you know what, Dio? Perhaps it would have missed nonetheless. Don't feel too bad. But Nerdy Adam takes that top left, trying to kind of clean up this area before going down themselves. So despite the fact that I think H-Town Rebels is doing a really good job getting their picks, they don't have that many points on the board.
Yeah, they haven't. I think it's still anyone's game at this point. Things might be looking up for H-Town Rebels. Cheese has been serving up juicy slices of deli meat and whatnot.
Ooh.
Taking down another with that hammer, able to get a throw to get another. They are still going.
Ooh, baby, a triple. It is just the ZF up. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention ZF also strong here, not just a charger, but has those GG strikes to end the game if necessary. But you see that UCSD Gold trying to fight back because H-Town Rebels has run it all the way down to 26 and made an absolute brutal first run. You see that they just barely missed that third check. So finally, it's time for them to go on to the offensive, and you see Nerdy Adam doing just that, making quick work with the recently buffed 52.
Oh yeah, those shots come out faster. They go a little bit longer now. Strikes are going to start coming out for UCSD Gold. They are going to... I thought they were going to go for that checkpoint, but Dio said, surprise, I'm behind you right here. Going to throw my hammer, not going to be able to get too much out of it there. They are going to lose all of their teammates here, so Dio might go down, able to get a pick though, still alive here. Teammates will be coming in shortly. Still has all the attention, is gonna go down for it, but I suppose, was able to eat up some time there on the clock.
More than just time, was able to get down that Tri-Slosher. No, I'm not sure if I'm right about that. I feel like I saw them get the Tri-Slosher down, which is super important for denying the other team that Cooler. So, strikes coming out. I think that a Cooler is imminent for their team, and that is going to be the cue, hopefully, for UCSD Gold to put in their push, because they are only down to 82. I don't think they've even gone through their first checkpoint. So, with Cheese Balls, especially here, just making quick work of everybody, I don't know. UCSD Gold has to figure out what they're going to do, what they've been doing wrong, and how to switch it up to finally get more points on the board and to break a checkpoint.
Yeah, they've been getting some trades in, but trades at this point are going to benefit H-Town Rebels. H-Town Rebels did lose a couple people here, but Complete's been doing a really good job of getting those picks in on the Glugas. And I don't think Glugas are one of the easier dualies to play on Mako Mart in particular. So, huge props to them. They're going to take two people on them, managing to bring Dio into the fight. So they managed together take both of those, only losing one of their own players. gonna go down though. I saw them camping that jump. They wanted to get that juicy jump in. Not gonna work out for them. This is a good moment for UCSD Gold to start moving in. You see already Adam deployed the killer whale there, and they're trying to get more people down. They, I think, maybe not going to be able to get through this first checkpoint, which hurts so bad because we have less than a minute to go.
Yeah, this is going to be super tough for them because they just keep going down. And like you said, they're trading. And as much as I love a Tri-Slosher here, Tri-Slosher not going to be getting as many coolers as that edit. So they cannot afford to go down as much as they are. And looking at the map, it feels as though they have a lot of map control. The map is super green. You see right there, Lav getting a really strong pick. But finally, they've broken through the first checkpoint. Nerdy Adam taking that top left, trying to just terrorize everyone from behind that wall, keep them at bay, allowing their teammates to go to the second checkpoint. And quite frankly, they are in a really strong run. We'll see if they're able to make this happen.
Oh, they're threatening it right now. They manage, after all odds of struggling for nearly 5 minutes, they're clearing that final checkpoint. Are they going to actually get the knockout in time to threatening it, slowing down? No, but they got it all the way down to 3. It is overtime. Dio is standing on here for H-Town Rebels. But there's everybody attacking them. People are going down one by one, complete, just barely able to stand on here in time. The jumps are coming in, but if those strikes come out from that charger when they get them ready, that is GG. And we may not even need that. There we go. Don't even need the GG special. What a final push there from UCSD Gold.
Yeah, and sometimes all it takes is one good push. We were talking about the second checkpoint and how a lot of the game gets decided there, and I feel like that's what we saw. They struggled so hard to just even break that first checkpoint. They were stuck at 86 for quite a while, and I was starting to think that maybe despite the fact you even see here, the map is just super green. H-Town Rebels did a fantastic job, Cheeseballs in particular, you see with this triple here, I believe before perhaps going down. Like, they had so much control, but with that second checkpoint, they weren't able to properly contest them, and it just started to snowball after that.
Yeah, and that's what can happen in tower control. Sometimes things will be really dominant for 4 minutes, and then it's really that last minute where all of a sudden the team that had such a hard time getting in is able to finally get in on that. I think that was when, UCSD Gold really, felt like, okay, it is, it's do or die. We've got to make a play right now. Put all of the pieces together in the right locations, get the picks when they needed to get them, and really took advantage of it.
Yeah, that was so awesome. I think even we know from playing together that there have been times we're playing tower and we were like in a deficit the entire time, and all it took was that last final push to basically get the knockout or put that team that's been keeping you at bay the whole time at a disadvantage. So, that's what's exciting about watching competitive Splatoon, is things can just switch on a dime and you think a team has it and turns out they don't. That puts us at a 2-0 in what I believe is a best of 3. So that's just the set there for UCSD Gold.
Yeah, really, really strong play from there. I'm glad they were able to really lock in there and really, stay alive towards the end of that tower control game. Unfortunately for H-Town Rebels, they are losing that set, but we saw some really, really strong play from all of them. That was a really, really fun game,
Yeah,
there's been some fun tower control games I've been watching this weekend for Splatoon. Today and yesterday.
You know what? And the thing is, that's why sometimes the score doesn't tell you the whole story of what's happening, because both of those were really close. And at the last second, I think before we were like, oh, one team has it really
It's so over.
It's so over. We're so back. So, despite the fact that it was a 2-0, it was very close. But I think we will be heading into our next game.
Yeah, I believe we will be heading into looks like we'll have MTSU Skyfall and Drexel Dragons Splatoon team.
Ooh, I feel like already I'm intimidated by the name. Like Drexel Dragons, like, oh wow. Like sometimes all you need is the aura, I'd argue.
Yes, the aura. Yes. So it looks like over on the side of Drexel, we're going to be having Grace, Gillies, and Max Mix, and also Turple. I do know. I just love that name, Turple. Turple. Yeah, I know. Grace plays V Junior, and also we see that Tri Nouveau.
I love a Tri Nouveau. I think that a lot of people kind of given up on the end try, but I just love how mobile it is, and of course it's got that cooler support. So to me, it's kind of the best of both worlds. So I'm excited to see if we'll hopefully see some end try out of Grace, but also looking at MTSU Skyfall, I'm seeing some Neo Machine, interestingly enough, before the V Machine. So I'm gonna be interested to see that, and also what Trinket and Cairo choose to do.
Yeah, same little surprise for us. We'll be starting this on Robo Ramen Zones. I think a pretty well-loved map mode in the competitive community.
Absolutely. I don't know what it is, despite the fact that to me, Robo Ramen, there are some contentious, really common Splat Zones maps. But to me, this is one of the best ones. It's got these flanks. It's got a lot of verticality to it. You have that major elbow that you have to take if you want to lock out the other team. Heard a little bit of complaints from some of my friends very lately, as a surprise to me. But what I'm going to be curious to see is if there's some sort of Reef Slider weapon coming out of any of these teams.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see. I don't think we really saw anything over on the side of Drexel. I'm blanking. I don't think we saw anything on MTSU's side either. Of course, Slider, very popular for the Slider cheese, but even more than that, this map can lead to a lot of what my team likes to call cuddling or hand-holding. A lot of being too clumped together in certain areas that can get really punished by a massive explosion like a Reef Slider doing so much damage all in one area, tons of paint down for teammates to then follow up in. But we will see in just a moment here what both these teams are bringing out. I see the decap. We got a bow. We got Tetras, a different kind of Reef Slider weapon.
Yeah, and I'm looking at these loadouts and they're looking really good. Of course, you've got that decav with the bubble, which you're going to want to do in that elbow if you can get up to there. Those aforementioned Tetras, we are going to be seeing the Slider cheese likely here, but also a Carbon. Carbon loves to play here. There's lots of places to hide and shark and jump scare the other opponents. And honestly, it's just nice to have a Zuka. So right off the top, you have CW2 getting these picks here on that Tetra. The Reef Slider, it's ready to go, but not before getting canceled. And the splashdown gets one as well. So Max Mix on a tirade.
I felt that in my soul. I was like, oh, that's the Reef Slider moment. That's the Reef Slider moment. Oh, no. Not that kind of Reef Slider moment.
Yeah, I think it's like one of those things where you see someone stab an arm and you think it's your arm. Like, I felt like I myself went down in that moment. But Brendan with a bit of a trick shot there on the Carbon. But once again, there is a pencil in Turple, making sure to chip out the other team. So finally, Drexel Dragons out of their own spawn, moving forward a bit into mid, getting 2 members down on Skyfall. So now the zone is theirs, and they are getting ready to set up, see if they can chip out CW2 and clean up the rest of the team.
Yeah, CW2 gonna be forced to leave that area. And they're gonna have to fight off Azuka here. Gillies is able to just keep them back for a little bit. Not able to get any picks there, but has been able to keep everybody away for now. Skyfall gonna be looking to come in with that Reef Slider because of the gear that we're running, we only saw their main gear. I can tell from that slide that was not a huge amount of special power up on there. That's not surprising on a Tetra. Really need to be using a lot of quick respawn instead of special power up. They did their best to go in on that, but that is still going to be over in control of the Drexel Dragons. SMNR coming in with the sword, trying to get one after the other, but whipping there at the end. Super unfortunate. There's going to be half the team down over on MTSU side. Drexel going to be taking a trade here, but I don't know. It's anybody's game at this point.
Well, honestly, now that we know that CW2 is not running as much, special power as maybe most would with a special like Reef Slider, that means that Skyfall is going to have to do a really good job of coordinating to make sure that they are painting along with that Reef Slider. So it is a little bit less cheesy, but you see here Drexel Dragons has a bubble up. I think they're in that elbow position. Icy Hot making sure to get rid of it quite quickly, which I think kind of loses Drexel their spacing that they had in terms of, excuse the pun, icing out Skyfall there. So Gilly's trying to see what they can get, Carbons. You give them an inch and they take a mile, but I think we might be seeing a lead switch at this moment if Skyfall keeps it up.
There it is. That has switched now. Skyfall in the lead, even taking out the junior on Drexel's side here. Like you mentioned, the bow against that bubble, the bow has so much object damage. It's really going to be shredding that bubble every time it happens. Drexel is going to take out several people, though, meaning they have plenty of space to cap that zone. They've applied a penalty. They don't have much more of their own penalty to go in. CW2 on those Tetras is trying to get multiple eyes on them, and they're going to go down for it. Unfortunately, I don't think able to get in enough people there, and then Max is just able to stall them out, keep everybody over on MTSU side away here. Drexel is going to start pushing their own lead swap now.
Yeah, Maximix, I think, is a huge threat. Like you were talking about hand-holding, you do not want something that can just blow up. And I think for the second time, we are seeing Maximix get that pick and absolutely cancel that Reef Slider. So now we are ticking down into the single digits. And I think no one is able to get to the zone from Skyfall. So that will be the win for Drexel Dragons.
Drexel will take the first point in this best of three. That was pretty back and forth. I think, we just saw some really good spacing from that Nautilus being able to really punish some of the weapons. It is scary to fight a Nautilus because, fighting any Splatling is pretty scary because, they just kind of hold that charge and then they go in and release it. But that Nautilus could have a charge ready to go at any point popping out of their own ink.
Yeah, and a Nautilus doesn't have kind of an outrageous charge like, say, an Edit. I think sometimes you can completely just not be ready for how much ink it has in the tank to just mow you down. So we are going to be heading to Rainmaker Manta Maria. And speaking of that Nautilus, I know a lot of people love to run that Gold Knot specifically on Manta Maria because of all those enclosed spaces that a splashdown can just do wonders for.
Triple splashdown, really, really annoying to deal with. I think both from the lower ground, hugging against a wall, being like, I'm gonna go challenge the people, above me over there. But also really oppressive when you're using it from above, because then, you're doing it from even farther up. It does make it a little bit bigger, and sometimes I've been, on the receiving end of a triple splashdown over on Manta Maria and thinking, I'm fine. I'm gonna be out of the range of this. Then I'm like, oh,
you are not out of the range. Nope.
I was not safe.
Same thing with a Reef Slider, because you're in that corner, kind of like by bunker in the court, and like, you see a Reef Slider and you're just like, tell my mom I love her. Because there's just nowhere for you to go. So I'm gonna be interested to see if those Tetras come back, if we see that splashdown again, because talk about hugging, you're about to hug the front side of this shark because it's coming for you.
Yeah, this can be a very quick quick map mode, but it can also go back and forth a lot with a ton of scrappy fighting over in either your own street or the opponent's street. And things like Triple Splashdown and Reef Slider can do a lot of damage there.
Absolutely, but we're gonna see if we even have to deal with those specials, as much as I suspect that we will. Looking at these loadouts, we have, I think perhaps some switching, so no more Tetras. Instead, we have CW2 on that Wiper instead, and as much as we were talking about that, and Gillies, I think, on the Octobrush. So a lot of switch-ups for this map mode, and you know, a hammer, not too bad too in those enclosed spaces.
That's true, and I think those beacons are going to be pretty nice for Skyfall on that Nouveau Octobrush, being able to get the rest of the team back in quickly. CW2 trying to really force things here, gonna get taken down for it. Max doing another great job with the Nautilus, is able to get a cheeky kill with that triple splashdown. Those angles, those corners are really, really scary. But Drexel is starting to lose some people. Max is trying to use that rain to go in, able to grab that and just run it. Get enough paint on that checkpoint to slam dunk it. That is going to be the end of that push here, but we do still have some members of Drexel alive, and they do have beacons.
Yeah, this has been really exciting to see them just kind of sneak that there. Gillies, of course, going down, I think, to the residual blast radius of that Torp, and that Rainmaker is going to be reset, which is really good for Skyfall. I'm sure they didn't want to have to run it out of there, and you know, I think Max has been just on an absolute tirade. Like, I know I keep saying it, but you hate to see Max coming, and the worst thing is having that splashdown for those enclosed spaces. Sometimes you're not tracking everybody's specials, so you just see the Nautilus, you're like, I can take them, and then they blow up on you. You know what I mean? In the meantime, Skyfall has been able to push up and not just the check, but just eke out these points. And if they can drop here, they are going to get so many points. That is going to be huge. They are already down there, and they slam dunk it. No! Denied by Turple. This is going to be so hard to deny them this final check, but with two members down, there's nothing that can be done. And in one fell swoop, whoa, I think, yeah, Skyfall just took it. Just
They did really excellent handling of that Rainmaker. They were able to get some really good picks with the Rainmaker itself, and then able to really run it. And yeah, you know, when you're facing down a pencil, it's really difficult to defend from that angle. And even, you know, Turple was able to get a really, really good, you know, 2 shots in there to deny that initial one. But, you know, Turple and the pencil can't deny that Rainmaker from popping. It's not like they're playing a bow there. The pencil does not have good damage against the Rainmaker shield, and then just not able to get the 2 necessary hits in. I don't know if maybe one of those shots hit the other player and there was some body blocking. Just like, you know, get down, Mr. President. I'll take the shot for you. It's okay. Run the Rainmaker.
I feel like ultimately when the Rainmaker gets as close as it does, you know, it's just a little bit of GG's unless you have maybe, like you're talking about, that object damage, unless you have a Wellstring, a Sploosh, something like that. If the other team can get that pop, it's basically their game, like we basically saw there. And that's just how they closed it out. But yeah, I think, it's 1-1, so we will be heading into the third game. We're all tied up. And I think, what is that, Hagglefish Tower, if I'm not mistaken?
Sure.
I'm not mistaken.
Maps, yeah.
It is Hagglefish Tower that we are going to in our game 3. So I will say we might see some switching. I think that Nautilus, the splashdown is good here, but also I think a rain can sometimes help you push. For example, that second check, which is once again like the most important check, I would say. It's hard to defend. No, it's not hard to defend. It's very easy to defend because you have that high ground on top left. It's hard to break through. However, once you get to that third check, usually it's GG's from there.
Yeah, it is really hard to stop opponent pushing when they get to that third check. At that point, you're just like, oh, well, we probably lost a lot of people trying to prevent them from getting to that third check. And by the time we respawn and we get back, they're going to be through the third check, really threatening that knockout. And there's not a whole lot you can do at that point. Things get really, really frantic at that point. But we're heading into our match point tiebreaker game, figure out who is moving on in this Div 1 circuit.
Absolutely. Taking a look at these weapons, no changes there from Skyfall, and I think perhaps some tweaks there from Drexel Dragons. Gillies back on that carbon, if I'm not mistaken. Max Mix sticking, and Grace here with the junior, ready to bubble that tower when they get there, but not before both of these teams try and get their picks in before it's safe to just kind of make a run at that tower. The strikes, not the strikes, the whales come out, and we already have people getting checked on those flanks. So with the early advantage, Drexel getting on to the tower and making their first push here.
Yeah, Turple is going to start getting forced away here. That is going to be the end of that initial push here. Gilly's not able to do anything with that jump in. It was a good first push onto that first check. They weren't able to move in forward from there. It's interesting looking at the comps here, because you see Drexel does have that pencil. They'd be able to have some nice range. That Nautilus has more range than a few of the weapons over on Skyfall. But Skyfall, you know, even though they don't have as much range with that bow, they can play quite aggressively here. So if they're able to set up in good positions, like we're seeing they do right now, they've gone through this first checkpoint as of now. They're going to start forcing this forward into that second checkpoint, and if they get through there, then things might get very dangerous. But Gilly's coming in and trying to save the day here for Drexel, getting another pick here, still alive, and this is what they needed.
Especially because of how snowbally this map mode can get. Gillies coming out of nowhere is going to be absolutely huge for them, because they essentially stop something that could have just been a runaway train. But the cooler comes out, everybody gets their sippies in. Gillies taking that flank to see what they can get done. Max, cool as usual, just mowing people down here on this Nautilus. And I think Drexel is playing very smart here. They're not allowing a Gillies sort of moment to happen with Brendan. They saw Brendan behind and they said, we know that playbook, and that is 3 down. The Wiper is the only person alive with that hammer, but falls down in the eyes of a splashdown, Rose.
Max was throwing hands there, getting a really good kill here. Threatening that third checkpoint. We talked about how dangerous it is if they're able to clear that third checkpoint. But it sounds like MTSU Skyfall was listening, because they are going to stop it there. They need to go take mid, like we're seeing them do right here. Coolers are going to come out so everybody can get their sips in, start moving forward. But what an amazing push from Drexel. 20 is a pretty good place to be at.
Yeah, it's practically at knockout. Of course, you get paused for that third checkpoint, but usually it's just so hard to stop it at that point that I'm really gonna have to give it up to Skyfall for making that happen. And of course, you have that bubble there, which you super need for that second checkpoint to break through it. And they are there, but Max Mix getting a double, meaning 3 members are down due to that splashdown. An absolute menace, whether it's with the main weapon or the special. When you see Max Mix there, even going down in a trade, whoa, it's just amazing to see.
Yeah, that could have been bad for Drexel. Skyfall was really pushing in there. Fortunately, they did have that triple splashdown at the ready. And, you know, of course, Drexel knowing, okay, Skyfall's not going to be by the tower right now. This is a perfect time to splash down here. So things are in a neutral position at this point. Drexel trying to paint up, make sure that they have paint on the ground so Gillies can do what Gillies does best, being a menace. However, they are going to lose that player, and Max is doing their best to try to hold things down. They're going to get taken out as well. That's essentially, that is a wipe out there. Skyfall needs to move in. This, you know, we said 20 was good. I don't know. Skyfall might be able to push this here.
Yeah, especially because they cannot contest that top left there, or at least they weren't at the time. But of course, Max says, wait, hold your tongue. I'm here, like, never fear. Max is here. contests that top left and stops what would have been a devastating push that may have gotten them to knockout. So right now, I think they're just hoping for that to go back into mid. 30 seconds left here, cooler up, so Drexel has a lot of resources to be able to fight this incoming push. And with the splashdown, despite going down, listen, a splashdown is always going to make sure that you go down with them.
Yes, yeah, it is hard not to trade out. I guess the splashdown, you're like, man, okay, I'm lucky I got the trade out. Things are not looking good for Skyfall. They have to stay on this tower now. They need to have people on it. We are headed into overtime. The rest of the team trying to just get those picks in. The Viper's gonna go down. The bow's gonna go down. Gilly is hopping on the tower. That is the win for Drexel. Going up 2-1.
Yup, the win in more ways than one. They have won that set. Just barely with an 80, honestly. Like I said, when you get to that third checkpoint, it is practically GG's. Super difficult for the other team to top that, and we saw that here. I think that Skyfall had a few opportunities where they were just so close to getting that snowball rolling, but ultimately they weren't able to make it happen because Max is always on the scene, making sure that they can just stop anything that happens, and Gillies for that matter as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think both teams, we saw a lot of aggression. That we had a couple points where it looked like Skyfall might be able to push this forward and get into a really good position to really threaten a knockout and take the set. Just Drexel doing a really good job. They were using their specials very well. That triple splashdown, you know. And if you're playing against that splashdown, you know, you got to be prepared for it. Like, they've got splashdown. Be careful if the Nautilus comes in. Then you know they're going to use it by tower. Grace's bubble, making sure to bubble on the tower, around the tower, in very good defensive positions. Drexel had a good defense there after a strong offense.
Yeah, I think my toxic flaw, I don't track everyone's specials at all times. So especially if they are anything like me, they are just like, oh, Max, like if I can just like aim and beam them, and then you get splashed down. And the funny thing is that's why Max is coming in the first place. Like, Max is coming towards you to splash down you. You see it all the time with end parries. You see it all the time with all these weapons that have splash down. They try and walk towards you and give you this hug so they can then blow up. And I fall for it every time. And you see maybe Skyfall did as well. But at the end, with the end of that set, I think we are going to bring it to a little bit of a break. But I know this has been a lot of endurance, but you stay right there. Maybe get a snack, maybe a little snacky snack. But be right back, because we will.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down, down.
Welcome back. We had a quick little tactical break ourselves. We are ready to go. We are headed into our next game, which is between Death Roll from University of Florida and Las Creaturas from Virginia Commonwealth University. That is VCU. And could you tell us a little bit about both these teams, Sasu?
Well, I can definitely tell you that I'm like Creaturas?
I'm sorry, y'all. I got English and Japanese. I can't do other languages.
I'm like,
This is what you get from us.
It's so funny because I'm usually like, I usually see French teams and I'm like, oh no, I only took Spanish, and I'm like, this is my time to shine, perhaps. Las Creaturas. If you are somebody who follows a lot of like Western competitive Splatoon, or at the very least attended Riptide, you must be familiar with Thunder, because Thunder, a well-known, I'd say, dually player, if I'm not mistaken. No, you see it right there. It says V-Shot and V-Splash. Am I crazy? Thunder plays dually sometimes. Am I crazy?
Thunder does some pretty nasty V dualies in particular. It's possible that Thunder is playing more of the shooters just for this particular team, but you know what? Maybe the dualies will come out. Maybe it just kind of depends on what the rest of the teammates want to do going in. But we're starting with Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz. So we're headed back to Scorch. Same map, different mode.
Yeah, now this is going to be fun to see, because even though Scorch Gorge, ultimately, when you are defending, it is not a defending focused a map. Like, I think when you are defending, it just feels kind of terrible. Because, you know, you have that high ground, but for some reason, it just feels like the other team has a lot of space on you. So we're going to be seeing both of these teams figuring out how to get up that ramp and to basket. But I'm looking at these loadouts. I think that may have been the Kraken Brush. I'm going to take a look at that. Correct. It is the Kraken Brush, along with a Frozen Pro. It's not Forge, but I'll take it.
Yes, I did see that Oculus plays a fair amount of that Frozen Pro, and Thunder here, I believe the IGN is SRT here, playing those V dualies like we were talking about. Gonna be very aggressive here. However, two are gonna go down over on Las Creaturas to start off here on Toast on that slosher. Already starting to poke here by the basket, saying, surprise, I'm behind you, but gonna go down there. But I think created a pretty nice opening to start.
But you see, we see Thunder there whiffing, I think, that throw. No, their teammate is able to pick it up, so we're all good, no problemos. Havoc just trying to keep them at bay as best they can, and right now you see 3 members are down, and usually that just kind of feels like, okay, push over, but 1. They only got down to 80, giving their opponents a power clam. And the second thing is that Scorch Gorge is really small. It has a small mid, so if you wipe or stagger, the other team can be at your basket before you know it.
Yeah, it really hurts when you get only one power clam in there, because, you know, it only takes one power clam plus a little clam there to get that lead. Oculus is able to take out that triple splashdown without going down themselves. Las Creaturas does need to throw in one clam to take the lead. They try to get in that power clam, but were taken out there at the end. So, you know, even though Death Roll only got that first power clam in on their earlier push, doesn't seem to have hurt them too bad yet. Havoc's been trying to hold up the middle here on the end, but, you know, there are multiple people going down. Havoc's going to have to retreat here at this point because Death Roll wants to be on a roll. We've got 2 specials online. Those missiles are going to start coming out. This is a good moment for more strikes to come in. We're getting picks. I think Death Roll could come in here and get in some nice points.
Yeah, if they figure out their clam economy, you have the brush that has just enough. Oh, and they got it at the last second, because when they were deploying a lot of those specials, I was a little bit worried. I'm like, you might get the picks, but you need the clams. And they do just that. You have Andrew terrorizing everyone on that top left before dropping down and getting the pick despite the end lag. One thing about this new brush is that Kraken used to be kind of on slower weapons, but now that it's on a brush, on a shot, you're seeing things exactly like that, where people come out of their end lag and they're still able to get picks and they don't go down. But Ontos, with those strikes, trying to see if Death Roll can keep that space after keeping it for so long, and I think they're trying their hand at another push here.
They are, but I think it is going to get taken down here from Thunder's Crab Tank on those Splat dualies. Doing a really good job of defending at this point, but Las Creaturas is going to need more than defense at this point. They're going to need a good pick just like that one. I can see like Thunder wants to move in. The rest of the team wants to move in here. They do have a splashdown ready from Havoc, so that could be used to their advantage. I think they need a little bit more space. We've got the power claim in the hands of the end zap there, and another Crab Tank online going to be used here to try to create some space. Coming in at a really nice angle here from the side, and more specials coming out. The hammer is going to, I think, took out somebody, and a splashdown. We need to get more clams into the basket.
Honestly, really good call on this Kraken there, because you see so many of the members had to just retreat and get out of there. I think that really they have the clams and the control that they probably would have been able to do some serious damage, but everyone backing up and eventually going down, super helpful for them. And not to mention, I think there was a bit of a straggler there from Las Creaturas that really helped them to distract them and stop Death Roll from just rushing in to the basket and taking that space. So fantastic job, but I think right now we have a bit of a fight for mid, because both of these teams, despite the fact that we're looking at essentially 60 v 40, not a huge lead, and I think that Las Creaturas should be able to close it with fairly, like, a lot of ease. So I think these teams are battling to see who can make the push in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, last 30 seconds here are going to be critical here. Going down here, not good. Thunder able to get a pick there, but it's going to have to go into ball form to avoid the Kraken. They're both going to come out of their specials roughly around the same time. But Andrew was able to survive just a little bit longer. Again, not dying to that end lag, coming out of the Kraken there, doing a great job. Right now, Las Creaturas does have 11 total clams at the ready with that power clam, but the pencil just keeping Fox away at bay. The rest of the team has their hammer ready right now, and they could force this in. The hammer gonna be used, taking out some people. They need to get that power claim in, but they're going down, and all the missiles are ready on Nox. We have another Thunder trying to grab that power claim, but gotta be taken out. I think that is the end of that game here. That is not going to work out in Las Creaturas' favor. Death Roll taking that, but it could have gone the other way.
Yeah, wow. I feel like Death Roll had an absolute, like, power grip on this game, like, for just most of the game. They did a really good job of controlling mid, of taking the space, of not allowing, being very wise with their specials as well, to deny Las Creaturas the chance. You see here on this replay, unfortunately, 2 people going down, and on top of that, Death Roll has a pen while Las Creaturas do not. They, I think they have this zap in place of a pencil due to the fact that they're running a Nautilus. So, and despite what you may have seen in NA League, it is not common for people to have a Splatling and a pen at the same time. So, I think the lack of that range, I think having that pen sit up there really spelt their doom at the end there.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see if they're gonna swap weapons here, because we, you know, if you've watched any competitive Splatoon before, you know what people say about pencil on Urchin Underpass zones. It is not a happy charger map.
It's not a happy backline map. Like, any sort of backline, you're gonna want to switch off. You have backline switching to Dapples because they just have no choice. I can say, especially as a heavy edit player, I'm not playing heavy edit on Urchin. It's not happening. You can't make me. So, like, I might have to switch to the end try there. It hasn't come up all that often for me where I have to deal with it. But, yeah, we're gonna probably see that pencil switch. And if they don't switch, then they're gonna have a tough game. So, in one way or another, something's gotta give.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what they move in here. Heading on in, Death Roll is at this match point. They want to take this home. Las Creaturas is going to be really forced to take this if they want to stay in it. I see the V-Dapples, but I see Fox has a pencil. Yeah, Fox still on the pencil.
That
I think
is
still.
surprising.
I swapped to the pencil.
Wild maneuver here, because you would think even that they might decide to switch to keep on Zap, because Zap at the very least is quite mobile and can do whatever, but perhaps they just felt the burn of not having the amount of reach that they wanted. So they're like, listen, we know that we shouldn't be doing this, but we think we can still win as long as we have the range. But Thunder, with this crab at point blank, maybe going down to this, no, it's going to be a trade, but 3 members are down for death roll, so Las Creaturas are in a really good position.
They are. At least now, if you have somebody on that back line, Fox, even though maybe a lot of the hills and inclines here are going to be wonky on that pencil, you've got somebody playing an anchor, going to do their best to stay farther away and stay alive here. Death Roll really wants to cap it here. We had an aggressive Kraken going in. Did not die. Andrew keeps not dying when doing those Krakens, which has been very, very impressive. But they need to get paint on that zone. It looks like they're going to be able to. Stalled it out at 11 there for Las Creaturas. Thunder doing their best to stay alive here. Really, really good push from them, but it's splat zones and you're playing for a knockout.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's what you see. Like, the other team just denies them getting that full knockout, and then it's that team in kind that gets it. But Big Lux doing a really good job with this Kraken coming in from a flank, though. Quite frankly, the entirety of Urchin just feels like one giant flank. It feels like you never know where someone is coming from. So I think Big Lux taking advantage of that, coming in from the side and seeing what pressure they can get done. And in the meantime, Las Creaturas has been able to get back that zone. So they've stopped that run down to a 55. Not too bad, but also with how big this place is, sometimes getting into mid, you can just eat through all of that penalty. So we'll see if they're able to cap back over it.
Yeah, it is. Zone is in neutral right now. If Death Roll is able to cap it, that would be great. Because there's not that many penalty points left, like you mentioned, for Las Creaturas. They are going to lose their Wiper, though. Death Roll able to get the cap in now. The Kraken able to survive yet again. Havoc taken out by missiles. There's multiple down on Las Creaturas. And this is that funny spot we saw Oculus is going to. It is a Wiper playground, but even if you're not on Wiper, you can do a lot of nasty business if you're holding that spot. They want to keep everybody away, but Thunder taking the drop from right, able to start poking in here from the side, wants to get in the rest of the team so they can paint that zone, and a pick there's not going to be too bad. Dooley is able to paint pretty well on their own too. And taking out a beacon, not too bad. So even though they committed some resources to that, I think it was well timed and important to do so.
Yeah, felt like that beacon was kind of a decoy, Thunder trying to get it down and immediately getting mowed down there. But you see Las Creaturas at a disadvantage state. 2 of their members going down, and I think especially we mentioned how difficult it is for that pencil, and you see exactly why. There's just nowhere to stand that's super safe, but a wipeout here. Ontos getting a double, and this is going to be huge for them because they have that time of keep away for the members of Las Creaturas to try and come in, but ultimately there are lots of flanks, lots of places to go in for, so they don't have it made in the shade necessarily, and they're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, for Death Roll, though, they are going to start getting some points in, but they're also going to start losing some people, losing several people here. Oculus doing their best, but they can't paint that zone all on their own. That beacon might be there, but it's not going to get people in time to help out. Death Roll going to lose their shot at lead here. We have less than a minute to go. Thunder holding this really, really fun position. Like we said, this map is just made for holding fun positions. It may be big, but you'd be like, that enables us to come in from a lot of different locations.
And speaking of fun, here comes the crab from Thunder, going to get a pick that was already taken, a bit of a kill steal perhaps, and goes on a double, make that a triple. style points at the end, and I guess
With the
a jump out. Listen, I love a style point. I love a stat pad. So big ups to Thunder there for that kind of ending we saw.
Yeah, that got a little hairy there for, I think, both those teams. Death Roll was really threatening to take that back, but they were just out aggressive. They lost a lot of people there at the end. Thunder had some really, really key picks. They were able to keep Death Roll away from the zone. And at this point, you're just like, okay, well, you have to go through me to get to the zone. And guess what? You didn't even go through me. I sent you back to spawn.
Absolutely, and it doesn't hurt that at that moment, I think Thunder, an experienced player for a long while, knows that the other team is probably panicking. They're not thinking about getting picks. They are focused on objective that is the zone, and when they're focused on that, they are not focused on you. So that is your opportunity to get those easy picks and deny them the zone. But we are 1-1 at match point for both of these teams, and Rose, this is my favorite map mode to commentate over. It's Undertow Rainmaker.
Yes, Undertow Rainmaker. I feel like this and Humpback Rainmaker are just so fun.
Yes!
Because I never know what's going to happen. Things could go down all the way to 1 for one team, and then the other team is able to get a knockout. It's wild. And it's so interesting seeing people decide, okay, are we gonna go left? Are we gonna go right? Where is everybody set up? Because oftentimes people will try to take that left route so you can try to get more resources ready on the way, even though, it is farther away. It is technically the longer route, but it's the longer route that happens to be away from enemies spawning in. So that tends to be the safe path, but sometimes teams see everybody on that left side and they're like, whoopsies, I'm going right now.
I would be surprised if we do see a rare shiny right first check. Because you're right, sometimes people just kind of go major look, I'm not going over there, but honestly the road to that final check is just so much easier if you decide to take it left. That most teams won't even bother, but as is customary on a Rainmaker Undertow game, most of these teams just try to get their picks, see if they could get either side of that center stack, and an early pickup from Las Creaturas, and they're coolered. So I think that they're in a good position. They're trying to clear out that right side so that they can go to the left in peace. No shiny left side, I suppose, for this team at least, and that's gonna be, a lightly fought check for Las Creaturas.
Yeah, that pencil was in a good spot to deny that right check, so I think it was very good for Las Creaturas to take it to that left side, but able to actually deny a lot of space, even fighting on, in a 2-area location. But Lux is gonna pop that in! Absolutely, just run it all the way to the end. A cheeky hammer pop on that Rainmaker, able to just end it right there. Never, ever underestimate the popping power of an Ultra Stamp.
Yeah, and this is why I love watching this map mode. It's because you get some of the most cheeky runs, except for perhaps Scorch Rainmaker, which isn't always legal in a lot of tourneys. Undertow Spillway, you will see, once people get that first check, getting into this space, getting to that last check can be so difficult. Obviously, you see them right there going down, but the way people can just pop, run it, and dunk it is just so fun to see.
So fast. What? So I guess that took about 1 minute from start to finish. I don't even know if I think we do manage to hit the 4-minute remaining timer there, but really close to being done in under a minute.
Yeah, and I think that's a testament to how strong of a team Las Creaturas are. We started off this set by having a chat about how a lot of the players are genuine, not genuine players. Everyone here is a genuine player, but I think that it's very likely that some of these players intimately for their work on Las Creaturas. So I think they showed you what they're made of and why they're to be reckoned with.
Yeah, this is a stacked team from VCU. I think they're going to be a popular one to watch for the entirety of this season. I know PSU Blue, another favorite. They've been past winners for CCA seasons. And I really think, VCU's new team of Las Creaturas is going to really make them work for it. I'll be interested to see how both of those teams do for the rest of the season.
Yeah, but we're
right now. It's like, I actually did not know that was going to happen, but we can pretend that I did.
Right underneath our feet. Like, we were just standing there, and it's like we got like trapdoored into the next set.
I thought it might be the case. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Listen, I head empty, but my heart is full watching us go to CPSU Blue, I think, versus Las Creaturas, which quarterfinals of Div 1.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I almost went to PSU, but that would have been long before Splatoon existed, so.
Yeah, you see, Rose and I, not only are we both pink, we are both, what's a nicer word for old?
We're experienced, we're mature.
Exactly.
We're wise.
We are wise people of a certain age. And so, that's why I'm so glad to see CCA, because there was no Splatoon leaguing when we were in college. Actually, I think Splatoon was announced when I was in college, Splatoon 1. So,
I was graduated by that point.
So, like, the fact that people have the privilege to do this, find people in their school that share our passion for this game, I think is so fantastic. And it's such a pleasure to watch, especially because so many of these players are so talented. We're going to be seeing it in this incoming game.
Yeah, PSU Blue, if you've been here for a while in CCA, a lot of really popular players we've seen before, like J Money, we've seen Arcton, we've seen a lot of various people. Very, very strong. We've got a lot of no weapons listed, but I know they've been around for a while. They've been playing for quite a while. They've been playing with each other for quite a while. So that's actually going to be interesting to see how this stacks up, because there are a lot of really stacked players on the VCU team, but the PSU team has been playing together for quite a while.
Listen, Rose, I'm so glad that we looked at the roster and cut from my face cam, because my shock when I saw V on PSU Blue, like, you are completely correct. These are some stacked players. No weapons listed, I'm gonna tell you right now. V might as well be short for V shot, because V is always coming at you with that shot. And I believe, a fun fact, there was a season where V placed, I think, first overall in the West, in like Takaroka, or are we Tentatech? We're Tentatech. First overall in Tentatech, I believe, in zones. So neither of these teams are to be trifled with, because on the other side you have Thunder, who placed second in the largest Splatoon LAN outside of Japan. So we are in for some intense Splatoon, starting off with Tower Inkblot.
Yes, Tower Inkblot is going to be our very first map mode, and I believe this is actually finals. I know our graphic has been saying quarterfinals for the last time, but this is our finals match.
Grand finals, I believe.
our big finals between PSU Blue, Las Creaturas, Inkblot Tower. You know it. I don't know if you love it, but we all know it for sure.
Listen, you may not love it. I'll love it for you. I love it. And we are seeing a very interesting comp right off the top. Of course, no changes out of Las Creaturas, who we just saw, but new to the stream. We're watching PSU Blue, which has Vapor on that Explosher, the custom Explosher. So once again, exciting to see that gameplay with the splashdown that may just ruin a few people's days. But already Vapor getting a lot of that ink in, chipping the teammates, not quite getting anyone down. And I think that's 3 of their members down, interestingly enough, choosing to touch that tower, and I think getting checked a little bit for it. So this might be Las Creaturas to make the first push.
Yeah, Vapor was holding onto that triple splashdown, wasn't able to get a pick with it, but did fortunately have a teammate able to at least, take out the person who took them down. But this is now Las Creaturas' time to start moving it in. Fox is going to set up over, I think, on this left stack, while Lux in a really good position on this Wiper. But, that Explo, when combined with other players, able to put in some chip damage over cover, and then everybody else can go in and just take him out. But that's still not the end of Las Creaturas' push. They're moving in. They're moving in here. PSU trying to do their best to stabilize here, but that tower is still moving.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 members down on Las Creaturas, but Fox saying, I'm not going to jump out. I'm going to get as many points as I can. And that's honestly very wise, because as we saw on those other games, sometimes all it takes is a few points. All it takes is one good push. So that may be what you need in order to get the win. But finally, Las Creaturas are what I like to call getting the rats out of your basement. When you have the other team in your bats, in your spawn, just harassing you, you need to control that, get rid of them, and they've done that successfully. So now PSU Blue has the Zuka. They are well poised to push if they're able to get the picks that they need, but unfortunately V kind of whiffing that Zuka shot, but cleaning it up at the end there with that pick. And ultimately, I was remiss to mention that PSU Blue is coolerless. So when they go down, they feel it way harder than Las Creaturas does, who has a pencil. So we're gonna see if that... I mean, we're seeing it, now that I think about it.
That's true. We are seeing it, and that cooler is enabling Las Creaturas to play really aggressively. We've got, a dualies and a wiper. They can just keep running it there. Whereas you see on PSU Blue's team composition, they're poised much more. They do have aggressive weapons, but with that Explo, you can't move in exactly the same way. And I've seen Vapor do some nasty Explo work. This is not a dig against Vapor's Explo, but it's just a different kind of weapon. Really much better for, I think, sometimes defense and just holding areas. They're having a really hard time getting in with that, also without a cooler. PSU Blue only going to have this 52 gal up now. Snow's going to get taken out. They are riding that tower. Las Creaturas is threatening to knock it out right here.
Oh my gosh, you see they are bombing that tower, hoping to get everyone absolutely off of it. The one thing about these final points is that, especially with 3 members down, not only is that going to be tough, but the members of Las Creaturas will keep jumping in relentlessly. And despite, with the wipeout at the end for a bit of style points, that is going to be a dominant knockout for Las Creaturas in our first game.
That was very, very dominant. PSU Blue gonna have to figure out how to take the next game. They will need to take the next one. They're gonna be on the back foot. I think just perhaps this was not the best map mode for what they wanted to do here. I wonder if they're going to pull out the cooler, or if they're going to say, no, we play best without cooler. Let's figure out exactly what to do to make sure that we are keeping the momentum at the pace that we want to play at. Because Las Creaturas was all gas. They did not break there.
Yep. Did not take their foot off the gas at all. They were just go, go, go. And when you can't be back fast, when you get super punished for everything you do, that feels hard. And especially they're going up against Las Creaturas, lots of strong players. So not only are you not back fast, they are. So we're going to have to see how they plan on countering that and whether or not they're going to stick to their guns. But we are seeing Clam's Museum del Foncino. And, I feel like you see a lot of, especially because, who was it? PSU Blue that was running the brush? you see a lot of funky brush behavior on a place like this where you're just trying to play the game and suddenly there's a brush under your basket and you have 2 power clams jumping in and you're like, well, cool, great. I love it.
Love it here. Yeah. And I think this could go either way. It's really going to depend on which team can really hold momentum here. I wonder if PSU Blue is going to swap any weapons around here, play things a little bit differently. It's a big map, but if you wipe, that's just going to offer up your plat there. And your opponent's gonna run right in. We saw Las Creaturas just wanted to run as much as they could.
And you know what? With that pencil, of course, can stand on that center spinner as well. Oh, they multiplied their V shots. They said, listen, it's going to be twice as nice because we do still have that brush that we're running, this time with Whale. Going to be super instrumental for pressuring the plat once they get there, but also double Zuka. And I'm curious to see how Vapor does on this X-Flow in mid, because I think with the differential in range, having that pencil be able to sit on that center spinner and just chip everyone down, that might spell a lot of trouble, and you can see it already is for PSU Blue.
Yeah, they did lose a couple people there. Strike's are going to start coming out from Havoc here, trying to control the enemy plat here, pushing in, gonna get taken out though. One of the downsides when you're holding that power claim is that everybody knows where you are. And I think especially going against 2 Zukas here, that's going to be very, very frightening. Though I'm sure those Zukas are going to be firmly pointed at Fox a lot of the time there, who's going to be set up on that middle section here. Thunder also carrying a power claim of their own, coming out of Crab Tank. They're trying to get in here. They're poised to do so, but I think Wisely wanted to back up a little there, but Vapor doing a very good job of holding it down. Fox juggling these power clams. I don't know if it's going to work out, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta let it expire. But Big Lux going in there. We're gonna see if Fox is able to get that in, and they do before the splashdown comes out. So they do make it to 60, which is the all-important number. I think Havoc with a bit of a layup there, getting them down to 48, which is gonna be super important. A Crab is out, putting some pressure, but that will spell the end of that push. Not too shabby for a first push for sure, all the way down to 48, but like ultimately I think that PSU Blue, once again, it's just like all of this offensive power on them, along with the fact that they get very punished for going down, is just going to be so difficult for them. I think that their point of action was to say, listen, if we can just delete them, if they stay down, if they're coolered and we Zuka them, and then they die to another Zuka, then it's almost as though they don't have cooler.
Yeah, I thought they were maybe going to have a good opening there. They were able to get a couple picks on Las Creaturas, but you know, whenever there's a tactical cooler online, it's gonna slow things down, but now this is the time to move in. Vapor's already moving in, gonna throw in that power clam, open the basket. There is a Zuka online as well. They have a lot of clams over on the side of PSU Blue. They just need to be able to get them into the basket. They were able to score a couple. Snow trying to throw in a couple more. They do have the pity power clam in hand, but I don't think, Vapor wisely not trying to force that in right here. They were not able to get lead, but it is a close score right now. And Las Creaturas is going to have to make sure that they maintain here to not give up their lead.
Yeah, but you know, also Vapor not moving to center stack and taking mid to try and hold that position. And that opens it up for Fox to just move in there. Gets 2, but that is 3 total down. Vapor getting a critical pick, stopping them from making even more progress on that tower, and I think that is a hero play there from the backline of PSU Blue, stopping a catastrophic push that may have just continued. Big Lux trying to take this side with a special, absolutely obliterating with that hammer, and everything is just heating up because these scores are very, very close. And I think if PSU Blue is able to make a solid push once again, they might be able to just take the game with ease.
Yes, they absolutely could force this, but they're going to be looking down multiple power claims. Lots of claims on the side of Las Creaturas. They're going to try to see if they can just keep the aggression up. But one thing about if they score a power clam and they're not able to make a whole lot out of it, that's just giving more resources over to PSU Blue. So they're going to have to play this very carefully. They did get an important pick. Thunder's trying to stay alive here, keep teasing this area over on the block. Gonna jump away. But still, doing a really good job of clearing space here, able to save that power clam. Vapor's doing everything they can to hold this down, and which also means that PSU Blue is not being able to take a ton of space in mid to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I would argue that is their number one issue here. That's their win condition, is being able to displace this pencil, which the pencil has gone down to Azuka. So finally, Vapor has the space to move up to the center stack and see what they can do in terms of pressuring that plat. This is going to be the last few seconds, and this is game time for PSU Blue. They're waiting for the rest of their teammates to come in. Vapor moves in. They have no choice because I think several of their members have gone down. And with Havoc here, that is the wipeout, the set, and finals here as overtime comes to a close. Las Creaturas ending it in a 2-0.
Very well, that game was very, very close. I think that's more of the style of games we're going to see in this season of CCA between those two teams. Really, really neck and neck there. But oh my gosh, really strong players on both sides. I know we talked about both of these teams. Primarily, we talked about Thunder, having done an amazing job at Riptide. Finishing second on their team. PSU Blue also did very, very well. At Riptide. Strong teams both here. And really, really happy to see all of the talent that's in the CCA this season. It is so cool to see. But oh my gosh.
Finals. It's a best of five.
I swear that said Neptune, I swear that said best of three earlier.
Listen, it would be like
it's not over yet.
Yes, just as you were like, everybody go home, you were standing up from your seat, crumpling up your popcorn bag. There's more Splatoon to be played. It's not over yet. We're at a 2-0, but it is going to Particle Zones, which, I always say it, better than me. I'm not trying to hit. Particle Zones, super popular in comp. These teams are going to be well accustomed to it. But, it may come up, it may not, but the lockout is absolutely brutal here. I don't know if there is a map mode that has more brutal lockout than Barnacle Zones, because the amount of fights that you have to take to get back into mid, you have to get your own spawn because people might be holding that right section. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Thunder with an aggressive crab there, then into your court, then onto your plat, and then into zone. So both of these teams, we cannot have another tower Inkblot situation going on in terms of the lockout because neither of these teams can afford for that to happen.
Yes, both teams here playing those same weapons we saw, locking in the same stuff. If you're PSU Blue, you have to win this and the next two games. You have to win every game here going out. On our opening, we're going to lose one player on each side here. PSU Blue going to be the first to start capping. Thunder is threatening this here and barely surviving that triple splashdown. Going to have the wiper come in. They're playing very aggressively. This is exactly how we see they like to play. They want to take these angles and force that lockout scenario. They've already got two specials online here, ready to lock out PSU Blue. Vapor just trying to chip away here. They might be able to get, not able to get Lux down just yet. He's been putting in some good damage to just keep them at bay, but Vapor so close to going down themselves at this point. And the Zuka just barely missing their V. staying alive here, being forced to dip down away at the end. PSU Blue wants to cap this zone. They're so close, they managed to get it. They have at least managed to slow down the bleeding at this point. There's going to be one going down on both sides here, another going down on Las Creaturas. PSU Blue wanting to move in, but I think Thunder's been doing just a good job about just keeping eyes on them and saying, hey, look, I'm a dually. I'm going to go be aggressive here.
Yeah, and honestly, you're talking about their aggression. It's so crazy because 45, nothing to sneeze at for sure, but with how they basically had PSU Blue in a lockout, I was surprised that it wasn't a little bit lower. Like, that was a crazy push that they had going on there. But now we're at a bit of a stalemate. Both of these teams have their own plats, and ultimately, once again, we're seeing this issue with this pencil. I think J Money trying to be a little bit conscious as a brush, but not conscious enough, goes down to a bomb that just barely rolls to their side. But PSU kind of poising themselves to be in this advantageous position, and once again, Thunder, this is how you know we're watching high-level play. Thunder is just dodging these splashdowns, and I'm gonna tell you, I can maybe get that trade, but there's no way I am dodging that, much less getting a wipeout and moving in to get this this lockout position if it were me. So this is absolutely exciting, and both of these teams doing a fantastic job, but we'll see how PSU tries to get out of this, because they are in a terrible position.
This is the play you want to make if you're Las Creaturas to keep them at bay. They are starting to get points on the board. J Money trying to break away here, draw attention to them. They want the rest of their team to come in, especially both those V shots, able to definitely help putting paint on that zone. And of course, Vapor, both the main weapon on that X-Splasher and the triple splashdown special we just saw, really, really great for putting paint on that zone. And I think just J Money's been trying to cause a distraction, but it's also been going down a lot. They are getting points here. They are gonna still be down that brush, but those painters are still up. You can see Thunder not able to paint that zone on their own, but was able to put in enough pressure to get Lux in, but Lux taken out by the triple splashdown. We are seeing a lead change here in just a moment. Coming in for PSU Blue, able to get down to 26. It is still going down here. You can see just how much painting power they have. They're going to get it down to 22. Still, just a 6-point difference between these two teams currently.
Yeah, PSU Blue, you can see them fighting tooth and nail for every single point that they put on the board because they are constantly getting into these positions where it's just like looking like it's going to be a lockout, but yet they just keep fighting their way out, and that is not easy to do. It can be very favored for those that are trying to keep you there. Of course, there is a bit of a lead switch, but they fought their way out of their spawn. They're already up to their plat, so if they're able to get the paint down, which they do with this triple splashdown, already they've stopped the bleeding and they can start making their way back onto the zone. They've inflicted a 47 penalty, very similar to theirs, but quite frankly, if they position themselves where they kind of give Las Creaturas a bit of their own medicine, then the amount of time it takes to get back into mid might be enough for them to once again lead switch. So I think Vapor playing a little bit careful here. No doubt you don't want to get back in the position where you're stuck because we're under 30 seconds left. Thunder once again trying to stay alive, but PSU Blue just playing very careful and trying to see what they can do. They lose the zone here and they lose 2 members into a wipeout. I'm going to call it now. That is not enough time to get back into zone. So we had a bit of a false start there. Everyone is booking it, but it's just too big of a map, Rose.
That was a game-winning play there. I know we saw definitely PSU Blue wanted to make sure they had people alive to control that zone. They were doing a great job of painting over the strikes, making sure that those strikes weren't just going to insta-cap the zone there. But then the wiper coming in and just going, oh, slash, slash, hammer, bam, 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 bam. Okay, I got the picks. We're good.
Yeah, clearly it was a game-winning go, because I think that PSU Blue, what really helped them was that they were playing for life, that they were playing careful, but I think like perhaps if they try to be a little bit more aggressive, a bit more greedy, that might have served them, because I think that sort of defensive play is what kind of signed this check here for Las Creaturas. And ultimately, that's game, but what's strong playing, because we saw that lead switch in the middle of the game, and I was like, oh my gosh, I think we might see like a comeback, and it almost was.
It almost was. PSU Blue had a ton of life in them, and I think if they hadn't gone down there, I think they could have held it in overtime. They had resources and tools, but when they went down, not being cooler, they're gonna lose. Not only, of course, they're gonna lose the positioning either way, but it's gonna take a little bit more time to get in. And you're not going to come in with your, those really important specials. And you're not going to have, of course, those V shots in place to make sure they're keeping the paint on that zone. I think they had the painting power. It was just those, and really everybody from Las Creaturas did an amazing job being aggressive. But I think especially we saw the teamwork between Thunder on the dualies and Big Lux on the Wiper being able to just go ham and make Barnacle their little playground together.
Yeah, it was definitely their job to get the picks, and they got the picks that they needed. I think ultimately it's just so tough to be coolerless, because they were playing careful, because if they went down, you're waiting all this time for your teammates to come back up, and they're up against this pencil team, and as much as I was like, oh, they should have been more aggressive, I get it, because you overextend, you go down, and you're like, I'm not back fast, I can't be. So, fantastic playing from PSU Blue, an absolute honor to see both of these teams on stream, and I'm just so glad I was here to witness it.
I know, we got to finally see, our PSU Blue and the new VCU team battle it out. I think we're going to see more of these two fighting each other for the rest of the season. But that is a wrap for our circuit here on CCA. Las Creaturas from VCU getting the final win here. Really, really amazing to see. Fantastic work from both teams. Big round of applause for everybody who played, everybody who was behind the scenes here, TOs, producers, everybody on the staff. Amazing job from, us. I'll say good job us. Also good job Hammy and Dark doing the previous commentary set. Where can people find you, Sasu?
You can find me at Sasu in your pants, SASUIN, the letters UR, pants. That is all of my social media. Blue Sky, Twitter, though I don't use it much anymore. And yeah, just type it in on Discord, on anywhere, and I'll probably pop up if I have it. But more importantly, Rose, if people want to keep up with you, see what you're up to, where can they find you?
You can find me in Japan very soon. I will be
That reminds me, I have to DM you, tell you all the stuff I want.
Yeah, so if you want to follow my escapades throughout Japan, upcoming in October, I unfortunately will be missing most of the NA League and lots of other cool stuff happening in October for Splatoon. But I will be back later in the month. You can follow me over on Blue Sky at Rose of Battle when I'm back to streaming after this week, upcoming week. I'll be taking a break for a while because I'll be in Japan. I'm Rose of Battle over on Twitch, over on YouTube. Sasuna, we got the branding. We're like, I have my username. I stamped it in all the places I care
about.
And
it's everywhere. And you can probably catch both of us, perhaps, December at Metro Inc. There's going to be a big dapple going on. If you are in the metro area in New York City, or you just want to show up, maybe you want to fly in, go to Big Dapple, follow Metro Inc. to find out more information about that LAN. But it will be in early December, and you can probably catch both of us there.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Go support your LANs, y'all. Go check out the upcoming Metro Inc. event. Go check out Anarchy Nova happening in the DC area in November. I believe, unless you've got anything else.
If they'll be there.
Yeah. Unless you've got anything else to add, Sasu, I think that's it from us over here for our very first circuit. Yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Congrats to everybody. Congrats, Las Creaturas, for taking the win. And we will see you all at the next CCA event.